COVID-19? Are the people even aware of COVID-19? Are the people aware of COVID-19? What are the things that they perceive without making an assumption for them? And what are the COVID-19 conspiracies? What are the things, what are the conspiracies attached to COVID-19? And the third one is the risk perception of contraction and level of vaccination, which is key. What is the risk? What is the perceived risk of contraction and the level of vaccination? Are people vaccinated? And what are the level of people that contracted the virus? And the last one is what is government's role in response to the pandemic and scientists? So, and this section focus on the method and the material I use in analyzing the data and the method I use in collecting the information. I designed a questionnaire. A well-structured questionnaire was designed, and then I used Kobo Toolbox, which is a package for data collection. So I started the data collection on 17th of March 2022, and it ended on the 11th of April. So I archived the data so that no information could come in anymore. And it generated over 100 responses, and a total of 145 data sets was used in this study. So the questionnaire was classified in four categories, which is demography, respondent knowledge about COVID, demography one, and the second one is what are the respondent knowledge about COVID-19, the conspiracy theory, the doubts and belief, and the socio-economic effects of the conspiracy theory of COVID-19. So these are based on my research question. So this method is using a descriptive design that answer what are the questions in the people's mind, and for the quantitative aspect, I use starter package, and for the quantitative aspect, I use starter, and while the for the qualitative aspect, I use MS Word to create a word cloud that shows how people reactions towards the how respondents reacted to the conspiracy for the conspiracies of the COVID-19 vaccine. And this is okay. Sorry, please. And this is I was just and this is my findings. And 99% of the respondents were able to confirm that yes, we know there's COVID-19. And then one person was like, okay, there's no COVID-19. And the African knowledge of COVID-19 is that okay, they claim that okay, this is the respiratory deadly disease, and respondent as well were able to mention some of the symptoms of COVID-19, which they said okay, is more or less related to that of fever, is the cold, difficulty in breathing, and they were able to tell of mode of contraction of the virus through touching droplets, and respondents were able to say most of the precaution measures that were to take in yeah, that were to be taken to prevent the contraction of the virus, which they said 6 steps distance apart, using of nose mask and the covering of mouth while sneezing. And goes to the conspiracy theory, doubt and belief. Most of the correspondence, okay, there's no correspondents said that okay, there's no COVID-19. It could be as related as more as um, malaria. Some said no, it is big conspiracy that it was created by some people just as a means of to sell the vaccine to make money. Some said no, it is a Chinese virus just targeted at United States of America to fight against to make challenges to take over the world power from them, which escalated over all over the world. Some were saying no, it's a 5G conspiracy that okay, that there was a network that the 5G network resulted in COVID-19 and so on. So, and for this part, impact on um impact on employment, the question was like was were you at a point asked to leave your job for not receiving the COVID-19? 89 of the respondents said that no, they were not asked to leave their job, neither did they know anybody that was asked to leave their job for not taking the vaccine. Why why 11% of the respondents claimed that okay, with some they know someone they were asked to leave their job, probably those that work in the health sector. So proportion of perceived risk of contraction of the virus. Have you or any of your family contracted the virus? So 35% claimed no, and 65 said yes. So at this point, the 65% that claimed yes, okay, they know someone or they themselves have contracted the virus. And the proportion of the contraction that has taken place, that has taken the vaccine, okay, they claim that okay, they receive 65, 67 claim that okay, they received that they've been after contraction of the virus, they have been vaccinated. Why why 33% claim that okay, no, they know someone that has taken that contracted the virus, but that is yet to be vaccinated. Probably the person is just quarantined and decided to hold on to himself. And some claim that okay, since the vaccine doesn't put an end to the virus, so what is of need to take the COVID-19 vaccine? So probably the manager that just okay, it's just a case of another malaria. And this is a general receipt. And this is a general receipt of the vaccination of COVID-19 vaccine in Nigeria from the 145 respondents. 54% claim that yes, they have been vaccinated, and 46 claim that no, that they've not been vaccinated. So at this point, and this is the socioeconomic effect Likert scale of the respondent opinions of the respondent, that okay, 10% strongly acclaim that oh, that they were unable to interact with family and friends, or and they were unable to, and 14% okay, to they were unable to participate in social gatherings as a result of COVID-19, and from strongly disagree that oh, 70% said no, that they live on with their normal life, and 21% disagree that no as well, that okay, that COVID-19 doesn't have effect on them.
Hey, ouch.
It goes on to vaccination is produced due to personal belief. That okay, 9% say they were not, their religion has not doesn't have any effect on their vaccination. And 39 the 39% agree that okay, vaccination is prohibited due to their personal belief. And to strongly disagree, 10% is okay, their personal belief has never stopped them from taking the COVID-19 vaccine. So in conclusion, in okay, the limitation that okay, this study is has different risk perception compared to what could have happened compared to other African countries, because perception of people differs as people tends to understand things differently. And the study and there's this study consider a risk scale in the dissemination of via social media and economic related skills like health and other centered um, differences. And the implication is that okay, 99% of Nigerians are fully aware about COVID-19, and even however that okay, oh, we know there's COVID-19, we know there's COVID-19 and the vaccine, and there's vaccine for the cure of to help subside the transfer of COVID-19. This vaccine we as now as despite they know that okay, some people contracted the virus, some claim they don't know anyone. But the question is, what is the vaccine for? if it doesn't put an end to COVID-19. So there are lots of risk perception of people because this really differs. So in Africa, it is concluded that the conspiracy theories of doubt and belief about COVID-19 have little or no economic effect, since the price of commodity is not influenced for not taking the vaccine. And that's why knowing people that are close to them that okay, I know someone that's contracted the virus. People were not still being were not being convinced about taking the virus. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ayo. We've got just run over, you used about 12 minutes. We've got, I think, enough time for about one question from the student group. Does anyone have a question? If you have a question, just turn on your microphone and you're more than welcome to just ask. Okay, I don't see any hand up, neither do I see anybody with the microphone on. My question is, so among your research questions, what is the key research question and which part of your data or analysis actually answers that key research question?
The key research question is what is the socioeconomic effect of COVID-19 vaccine?
And from your data, how do you actually answer that question? What was your key finding?
The key finding is to socioeconomic effect actually is basically focused on how people interact, effect on employment, the economy aspect, and yes, that's basically. So I was able to construct a questions that focus on how to ask our people about their opinion, how they were able to relate to each other, how it has affected the agricultural aspect, what is their opinion and their personal belief, and what has the conspiracy effect has it affected them in taking the the virus,
And
the vaccine, sorry.
okay, I'll keep my questions short here, so we give room for other presenters to present as well. Hopefully, people were grading as you were talking through as well. So thank you very much. I think if people have further questions, they can ask you outside the classroom, and I can follow up my questions when I'm reading your report as well. All right, thank you. So next presenter is Eddie. Eddie, I can see you are with us. I'll reset my clock and please let's keep it within 10 minutes. I did say 6 or above, but let's keep it within 10 minutes of the presentation. Eddie, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edward. I'm here to present my research paper, which is analyzing the challenges faced by SMEs during COVID-19 pandemic and its business continuity plan for sustainability. The main aim of this research paper is to identify the challenges faced by SMEs during the COVID-19 pandemic and provide a business continuity plan that can sustain business operations during the crisis. This research will address the following questions, which are: how will small size enterprises handle the crisis caused by the coronavirus pandemic? And also, what creative and innovative approach can small size enterprises use to sustain their business growth during the global pandemic? During this research, a comprehensive literature review was carried out on the sustainability of small and medium-sized businesses and the challenges they faced during the COVID-19 pandemic. To understand how the organizations, sorry, to understand how the organizations handled the crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. And also, like I said earlier, look for an approach and a way to deal with the crisis. A literature review, one of the points or one of the literature review carried out explained that during the COVID-19 pandemic, that small and medium-sized businesses, they faced a lot of challenges and problems, which led to a high rate of unemployment, termination of contracts, and termination of contracts and low turnovers. One of the reasons why SMEs went through these challenges was that during the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a lot of during the pandemic, the world was not prepared for the pandemic, and there was a lot of deaths, and the infection rate was very high. So during this time, the government bodies had to impose lockdowns and social distance and measures to try to control the rate of infection. And so during this period, a lot of small businesses had issues of coping with business operations and some other things. And so most of them adopted technology as a means of sustaining business or trying to survive the pandemic. So during this adaptation, there are so many technical platforms that was used to sustain businesses, such as social medias, artificial intelligence, and robots. The method used in this research was a qualitative method, which literature review was carried out on past works that were done, but mainly recently work done 2 or 3 years ago. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, Eddie, go on.
Okay. So the literature review was a qualitative data method of qualitative data method of collection was actually used during this process. So during this during the collection of data, Google Scholar was used. The online Nelson library was equally used, as the University of Northampton was equally used to source out academic journals. And also during this point, please excuse me, let me open the door. Sorry. Sorry for that. During this time of qualitative data collection, questionnaires was equally shared to various companies to know how their business survived or what challenges they faced during the COVID-19 pandemic. The primary data collection. The questionnaires, the question that was the content of the questionnaires was content of questionnaire was, does your business or organization have a business continuity plan against events like COVID-19 pandemic? What sustainability challenges what sustainability challenges did your business face during the COVID-19 pandemic? What strategies was put in place for sustainability to sustain your business during the COVID-19 pandemic compared to other compared to other businesses around you? And what impact did your strategy make, or what impact did it make on business growth? During the data collection, during the secondary data collection, that's when I was actually doing the secondary data collection, and the sustainability of small and medium business was the aim when I was reviewing when I was conducting literature review. Adoption of technology was one of the main strategies that SMEs put up during the COVID-19 pandemic. So from this technology, we can see technological platforms like artificial intelligence, social media, mobile applications like mobile phone applications, and e-commerce channels was used in sustaining small and medium business during the COVID-19 pandemic. From my findings that I got from my primary findings, that's the primary data that I collected, and I actually grouped it in teams. So from the team one, I grouped it in teams. So the team one of the findings I got was that 3 of the companies that actually I sent out okay, let me go like this. I sent out questionnaires, and I got response. I sent out questionnaires to various SMEs, and I got like 4 questionnaires back because of the time restriction of the research paper. So the team one of the findings from the primary research was that from 3 companies, 3 companies out of the companies that answered that filled the questionnaires had a business continuity plan to sustain their business during the pandemic crisis. They adopted technological platforms such as WhatsApp, Facebook, and Twitter for advertisement and sales of products. The second team comprised that the 4 companies all experienced challenges during the pandemic, and all the organizations complained about the lockdown measures imposed by the government to reduce the spread of the infection, which actually caused low turnovers, closure of business, and also reduced customer targets. And the team 3 of the primary findings was that only 1 company did not adopt technological platforms to sustain their business operation, which had a serious implication on the company. And the other 3 companies that actually adopted technological platforms to sustain their business and was able to face the challenges and make sales. So from the primary data I collected and secondary data, I did a comparison of the both. So from the primary data shows that most companies had, and most SMEs, they had business continuity plan, and they showed willingness to sustain business operations during the COVID pandemic. While from the secondary data provided evidence that most SMEs created resilience and willingness during the COVID-19 pandemic. The other primary data shows that SMEs faced so many challenges. While with the secondary data I collected, it also provides evidence that SMEs was the most hit during the COVID-19 pandemic. And from the primary data, it equally shows that most SMEs that adopted technological platform was able to sustain their businesses. And from the secondary data collected as well, it equally shows that most SMEs that adopted platform was able to survive the crisis. thrown by the COVID-19 pandemic. My recommendation is that most business owners, and that's SMEs owners, for them to be able to sustain their business operations during the COVID-19 pandemic, they have to be open to new ideas and explore many technological platforms that can aid in sustaining growth and business operation. I would also like to talk about the gap in the observation. From what I observe, most undeveloped countries and developing countries don't have full access to technology, and the cost of using technology is quite high in most undeveloped countries and developing countries. And basically, electricity, most undeveloped countries they don't have stable electricity, which actually affects the use of technological platform. Most of them cannot afford artificial intelligence and robotics to help out in the daily operation of businesses. And bad road as well contribute to one of the issues. And I would also like to say that from the achievement that from the paper actually achieved and showed that technological adaptation can help in sustaining SMEs during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, I think that was all. If there is any question, please feel free to ask.
Thank you very much, Adi. Since no one's asking the question yet, I would encourage all of us to keep our presentations to less than 10 minutes. I am going to turn on my camera if you are seated. I'm going to send private messages, but I really do not want to interrupt anyone's presentation. So Eddie, I've got a question for you with regards to your data collection, right? If you were to do this research again, given the same time frame, what would you do differently to make sure that you get this right sample size that you need? And I think part of the question is the 4 people that you have as your sample. Can you actually make any conclusion from that data that you receive from the 4?
If I had enough time, I know that I would have collected more data, but due to the time and constraint and the time restriction of the project, it made me I was unable to collect much data. But I think that 4 is enough to at least have an idea of what SME is going through during the COVID-19 pandemic, because with the 4 companies, I was able to back up my secondary data and my literature review data collection. That's my secondary data. And out of the 4 companies, 3 companies actually adopted technological platform as a means of survival during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the only...
Were these closed-ended questionnaires that you sent out?
Sorry?
Were these closed or open-ended questionnaires that you sent out?
How many did I send out?
No, was it closed-ended or open-ended?
No, it wasn't actually closed-ended. Actually, it was an unstructured question. It wasn't an open period. It was unstructured question. Interviews I wanted to conduct interviews before the board. I was unable to meet up with the. Because of time, I was not able to conduct interviews, but I had plans to.
When did you start your data collection? Because I think you said because of time a lot. So
yes. Actually, I started the data collection quite like 3 weeks ago. You know that people are quite busy.
So that was, yes, we get all that.
Yeah, people are busy. And
it was mainly due to your own time that you decided to collect the data. It's not a time frame of the research itself.
No, it wasn't the time frame of the research. I think after the proposal, I decided to, instead of just using secondary data, I wanted to use primary data and compare to know if there is a difference, if what I'm getting from the secondary data and from the primary data, if I can compare the two and see the similarity between the two. So I was able to do that. I think 4 companies that responded was okay. I think I was able to get
one last question before we move on to the next one. Sorry for cutting you short, but I will, of course, infer from the report any further information I need, or if there's some clarification, I can contact you. So from your secondary data that you looked at, what was the average sample size they used?
Okay, from the secondary data I used, what was the average sample size?
Yes,
they used
in their study?
And basically, most of the secondary data I actually collected, the journals, the articles I went through, they did more of secondary data collection as well from previous journals, and that was previous journals that was actually done by other people. So they didn't have like a particular.
Do you have a reference list?
Yes, I have a reference list.
Is it on your slides?
No, I didn't add that. I didn't add the reference. No, I didn't add that. I think I'll do that later. I have like
it's a bit strange if all they've done is a literature review. Then they can't really conclude anything because they are not contributing anything. They are just doing a review of existing work, which means those that they are reviewing to have done the actual study. So from your research, you should be able to know what's the average sample size that people use. And I'm mainly stemming on this because other people will be presenting as well, and the questions are going to get shorter and shorter. So people will know what kind of questions to preempt in their presentations as well. It's common standard conference procedure as well for.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll cut it short here. Like I said, we will have a further conversation about it, but I'm kind of interested in knowing what the average sample size is that people use for this kind of study. So
okay, I would just like to say, I feel like because it's still a new research. I think it has not been up to like 3 years that the COVID-19 virus was actually discovered. So I feel like more research should be done. And more, but basically I feel like most people that have done the research, they did more of literature review as well, and most of them, they talked about basically their home countries and the implications that SMEs had and how they survived. That's how they went about it.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, it's not a problem. It's just I think it's just staring off things. Thank you very much. It's all right because I mean, normally when study field is really new, most of the work would be primary data because that's the point where a lot of people will be gathering the data to show what is happening, but not to stay too much on it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
For listening to your presentation. Thank you. So next on the list is Adobe. And please keep your presentations within 10 minutes for me. It's Adobe with us. Yeah, can see.
Yes, I am. Hello, good morning. Eddie, please, do you mind so that I can share my screen?
I'm trying to. Okay, sorry, I've done it.
Please, if you want to do your grading, as Adobe is starting her presentation as well, you should have 2 graders so far. Adobe, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. So can you see my screen? Okay, so
yes, we can.
Okay, I'll be taking you on a presentation of my research topic, the influence of religion and access to healthcare and first aid in Nigeria. And after the presentation, I'll be open to all questions, so please come along with me. Now, have you ever wondered why on earth people or anybody would choose to not go to a hospital? You're sick, you're in a poor health condition, and you decide to not go to a hospital. Well, I don't know why, but it seems to be concurrent with Nigerians. So my research questions are, why do Nigerians choose religious homes over hospitals? Another research question is, what are the barriers preventing accessibility to proper healthcare? And finally, what is the best way to promote safer public health practices in Nigeria? Now, the rationale behind this study is that Nigeria is the most religious country in the world. This is according to Gallup International in 2017. And as a Nigerian, from my experience growing up for over 20-something years in Nigeria, I can tell that Nigeria is a very religious country. So it only makes sense to find out why Nigerians prefer to visit a religious home over a hospital. Another rationale is my personal experience as a health worker in a public hospital. I worked in the histopathology unit of Nnamdi Azikiwe University Teaching Hospital, and I was responsible for recording the mortality rates in the hospital, in the entire hospital. So I was the first point of call for bereaved patient relatives. And I in my time there was a number of deaths who the cause of death were negligence or some things as basic as your child is sick, come to the hospital as soon as possible and see a doctor, but they would rather, speaking to the parents, you hear them say, oh, we went to the hospital, the pastor prayed and said we should stay back. So that's another rationale behind this particular project topic. Now let's move on to methods. I used a combination of primary research and secondary research. Secondary research was taken from previous work done on topics like barriers to healthcare in sub-Saharan Africa, and Nigeria is in sub-Saharan Africa. The primary research was a semi-structured questionnaire. It also had open-ended questions, and I also asked interviews. The sample size was really small, and it was somehow a problem to reach a few people because the religions in Nigeria talk to Islam and Christianity, but then we also have traditional worshippers, and they are a very integral part of this research. So it was somewhat hard to reach them, and the ones who I reached were only available to do interviews. And then we're going to go to the results. Now, if you remember vividly, research question 1 asked, why do Nigerians prefer to go to a hospital, or rather prefer to go to a religious home over a hospital? From the primary research carried out, almost 80% said finances. Their problem was finance. And this agreed with one of the secondary research carried out by Ahinora et al. That said finances, access to funds was a problem in seeking healthcare, was a barrier in seeking healthcare. Another notable point that was made was personal choice. And this personal choice, most of the phrases coined was, one that particularly stood out to me was, oh, if I get better, there's no need going. I mean, if I can pray about it, there's no need going. So I termed personal choice entirely as religion or way of life, or what they thought was best for them. Another thing was ignorance. Most people did not know what exactly they were suffering from. They thought it was a spiritual thing. So for that reason, they had to go to the hospital. They had to go to the religious houses first. And they believed that that every sickness is spiritual, so it is cured in the spiritual realm before it manifests in the physical realm. And another thing is negligence. But this negligence is on the part of the health officials. They stated that some doctors or nurses or public health officials, professionals, medical professionals as a whole were not too receptive. Some of them did not do their jobs properly. So they did not think it was a good decision to waste resources that were limited going to a hospital when they could go to a church that would not charge them much for prayers. The answer to question 2 is proximity to health centers and inaccessibility to funds. This was because they stated that most of the good hospitals were really far away from them, and they were not sure of those around them. Another point they made was inaccessibility to funds. Some of them are housewives, some of them are unemployed, so they would need to ask for the breadwinner for funds to visit the hospital. And most times these people don't think, the people who are responsible for their welfare don't think that it is necessary for them to go to a hospital over minor issues. Another important thing is the way of life. People, Nigerians are religious. We've already established that fact. So if they think religion is everything and they can pray about it, whether Christians or Muslims or traditional worshippers, irrespective of what faith or denomination they attend, they feel that there's really no need to go to a hospital. And then the answer to question 3 is sensitization, education, and availability of staff. Sensitization in the sense that a lot of work needs to be done in educating people on the importance of taking care of their health, or taking care of their general well-being. Education to the point of, if you are sick, go to a hospital, see a doctor, run tests, and then get a consult, rather than self-medicating at home or thinking, oh, it's not that much of a big deal, this will pass, so to speak. And then importantly, availability of staff, be it public health staff, be it doctors, be it nurses, availability of well-trained professionals. Moving on, the conclusion to this project is a proper balance is required. A proper balance in religion and healthcare, because like it or not, in Nigeria, they go hand in hand. Nigeria is often referred to as a third world country or an underdeveloped country. So we don't have the existing machineries and equipment for proper diagnostics at times for healthcare. But a proper balance is required when you're able to teach those at the helm of affairs, those religious leaders, on the importance of healthcare. They in turn will send the message to their congregation. Another point is the funding of the public health sector by the government. Most government-owned hospitals that are affordable are not well funded. So there is shortage of staff, or there are no beds, or there are no equipment. These things need to be sorted out. Another point is the public health laws and implementation. If in Nigeria a law is set up, most especially for children who are vulnerable and are not able to make decisions on their own, and so they depend on their parents, who sometimes are illiterate or just flat out feel that there is no need to stress. If laws are made the same way it is important for vaccines to be taken for children, if laws are made for healthcare in the sense that checkups are necessary or are mandated, then that will change things a bit. Another thing is health insurance. Up until very recently, health insurance was not a big deal in Nigeria, but gradually it's becoming an in thing, and people are now more responsive to it, and they see that it is now even more affordable for them to pay for health insurance than flat out pay out of their pockets for health issues. Another point is affordable health care. Most private hospitals are really expensive, so people would rather go to a public hospital. It's called a general hospital in Nigeria. And those general hospitals, when you come to states or localities, there's usually only one. You can have 3 private hospitals to 1 general or public hospital. So affordable healthcare across all boards, be it private or public. Another thing is higher qualified professionals, qualified healthcare professionals, qualified public health professionals, and then also involve religious homes in medical outreaches. Religious homes sometimes cater to the health of their congregation. If we're able to involve them, give them training on basic first aid, when medical outreaches are set up, go straight to these religious homes, tell them to invite their congregation. This would help create a proper balance for both religion and health, and generally improves the public health of any society, and in this case, Nigeria. These are my references. Thank you so much for listening. I'll be taking your questions now.
Please, if you have a question for Adobe, just
Yeah, I have a question.
go on, Zach.
Okay. So according to your research, like what is the sources of your claims that religious people don't go to hospital? Like,
No, it is not a claim, it is a question, and that's the essence of this research.
all right, sounds good.
So in relation to that same question, what did you find out?
I found out that Nigerians are very religious, and because they are used to religion, because they are used to going to religion for everything, when it comes to healthcare, they also move towards religion. During my research, I found out that people say that people who are more religious tend to feel better or tend to get well faster from secondary research. So it's only normal that when they're sick, the next thing they want to do is pray first rather than go to a hospital first.
Okay, so sorry, does anyone else have a question for Adobe?
No, I just want to add something to what she has said.
Go on.
Religious homes in Nigeria now have medic centers that in an extent to an extent that they have their own medic center whereby they worship and pray and do like a clinic kind of stuff for people, just in a way to call them away from going directly to the hospital. Am I right, Adobe?
Yes, you're right.
All right, thank you.
So that's why, in conclusion, we have involved religious homes in medical outreaches. Most churches, for example, Redeemed Church in Nigeria has a clinic attached to its church. So where I'm saying in future, if more churches can emulate that, there are some organizations that organize medical outreaches, for example, Rotary International. And what we do at Rotary, if we come to a community, we find out the most popular church, we go there, we tell them, oh, we have a medical outreach, invite your people, and then they do that. So that is a way to ensure there is proper balance. That's a way to ensure that people understand the need to go to a hospital and seek medical treatment.
Okay, are there any other questions? Sorry, I'm laughing because I'm wondering why can't the churches then point people to the already established hospitals? Why do churches need to have their own? But I think that's a different research and that's a different
Exactly.
study. But my question actually stems from this particular slide that you are on. So you have these conclusions. Are they coming from, are they like suggestions or they are conclusions that you've made from the actual study you have done?
From the actual study done, from the secondary research, from personal experience.
So personal experience would be more of such suggestions, isn't it?
Yes, suggestions. So it's a mix.
If they are from secondary data or something like that, do you have in your work, have you cited the sources where these are coming from in your actual discussion? I know you've got some references, but I'm going
Yes, it's cited in my discussion.
Before, okay. So if I read your work, I will see exactly where these sort of conclusions are coming from.
Yes.
Right. You said briefly that your sample size was really small. Can I know the sample size?
20.
All right. You did 20 interviews?
No, so 20 total questionnaires, interviews, and semi-structured.
In your report, have you clearly stated which ones were interviews and then which ones were responded to the questionnaire and
Yes.
structured stuff? And have you given a good rationale to the reason why you use this sort of mixed method?
No, I'd have to include that in my.
Can you tell us about your rationale?
Okay, yes. So the reason is because traditional worshippers are a very integral part of the Nigerian religious community, and it was hard to reach them by questionnaires or phone calls, it was generally just hard to reach them. So the alternative was to put a call across to them and ask them these questions and then take notes of it.
So your work has some data from traditional worshippers in there?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's both data collection. I personally like the slide 5, just because it links the research questions to the findings. But thank you very much. If people have questions, please ask, or they can ask you outside the session as well. The grading is in your hands. So class, it's up to you to grade the 3 that you've seen so far. And please keep within 10 minutes. I like that we are doing that now. So next presenter is Benny. Is Benny with us?
Yes, yes.
Oh, Benny, the floor is yours. I keep saying the floor is yours, but let's say Zoom is yours to take over.
Let me start sharing.
So if you see my camera come on, it means that close to 10 minutes.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? Okay, so my topic is the impact of AI being artificial intelligence
I'm
on
sorry,
algorithm-based business.
Benny, are you using a phone?
Yeah, using phone because my laptop can't produce sound.
Right, let's go with that then.
Okay. So, as I said earlier, good day everyone. My topic is the impact of artificial intelligence on algorithm-based businesses, focusing from research to market deployment to future business model shift. So I would start by defining what an algorithm is. So an algorithm is basically a process or set of rules to be followed by a computer. For example, the calculator, the phone, laptops, ATMs, so many other things like that. So what I've discovered, we're going to be, I made a research on the impact of this on businesses. So artificial intelligence is intelligence demonstrated by machines as opposed to the natural intelligence of humans. So artificial intelligence are made from algorithms. So we're going to talk of the impact on businesses. So the research objective is to let society know of the rapid change businesses are going through in artificial intelligence as it becomes more integrated into human life and industry. So first of all, artificial intelligence like the IoT, data science, big data, blockchain are all developing technologies that are altering the way we live. You see today, people are buying things with cryptocurrency. People are buying things online. People don't waste their time to go to stores or end up maybe getting in traffic because they have to go and shop in for a very long period of time. So further development of this technology have led to automation. For example, like the Google Map, you see like taxi companies like Uber use Google Map. That's helped drivers know places that they don't know before. Google Map helps to route them and go to places, making sure that they are, and also tell them how far the distance is. Those are one of the impacts. Companies like it has helped small entrepreneurs reach a market that they have not been able to reach. Like, for example, there's what they call search engine optimization. You see, somebody could just use a search engine optimization to reach out to know what are the likely people that will patronize his or her product and see how it can improve. So all these are the impacts that artificial intelligence has done on businesses. In the development of breakthroughs and new technology, research is becoming increasingly crucial. And according to Neil Schumpeterian economics, innovation, knowledge, and entrepreneurship are the three fundamental driving force of economic dynamics. So the success of AI algorithms and their development through commercially available internet machines is very vital. So I'm going to go to the research objective. So we focused on our main research objective was how AI's impact on a wide range of industries have been changing the market and future career opportunities. So the answer to this will aid human society in preparing for future difficulties and accepting the rapid change that will occur as AI becomes more integrated into human life and industry. So, so I'm going to go to how AI has shaped businesses. So, AI has progressed to the point that it can make real-world financial decisions, converse with humans, play games against them, and collaborate with them. Now, during the COVID-19, people were still able to socialize with each other, playing games. You could play games with someone far away with the internet, irrespective. They were not feeling lonely because of AI. So when it collects data in the form of photos, videos, and other form, and analyze it using algorithms, and then gives an AI-powered responses. So it interacts with the environment through a cycle of sensing, thinking, and acting. Gathers data from the environment, makes an informed choice based on the facts and previous experience, and then takes an action that has an impact on the environment. An example of this would be the search engine optimization that I told you. Also, there are apps now that could help predict the price of a particular business or a stock or a cryptocurrency, for example, instead of human beings doing it. And we all know that humans have their own deficiency, but an AI that works automatedly and is working like a machine, it won't have any deficiency. So I'm going to talk about how AI interprets information. So basically, as I said, it collects data for example, in Google Map, I was using Google Map when I came to Northampton, using Google Map most to go to places, to go to stores and all. So at times it shows you the picture of how the place looks like. So when you get there, you know, okay, this is the place actually. So when people use their video to show these places, I think Google collects the pictures and stores it in the map. So, and it uses the satellite from above, identify patterns, and it gives you a result of where you're going to. So that's why I say sense, think, and act. Okay. So basically, the method of this secondary data was used because it was already available. Couple of articles was used through Google Scholar and on some websites. So let's talk about the AI's influence on the global market. So AI has been able to influence the global market. So the most basic type of communication, let's talk about communication with customers. Most basic type of communication between a corporation and its customers is customer engagement. So every interaction provides the organization with another opportunity to please and keep customers. Customers' interaction are shifting from human to machine as organizations integrate intelligent agency. And if we've come across some websites where you see some chat box, for example, when I was up during the admission process to University of Northampton, when I wanted to make inquiries, there were always chat box available where I just type what I want to know, like when is the resumption date, or how much is the school fees, or this how long is the duration for a course. So there was a chat box. All those things were operated by artificial intelligence. So that's how AI has improved the communication with customers. Also, human capability, because of the AI's impact on the world, as we know, job displacement has always been a big worry in the innovation process. Until now, we've observed that every industry wants to seize the once in a lifetime opportunity to turn their industry into an AI industry. In order to meet this, a new labor force will be required in the near future to design, develop, and productize AI. So definitely, people will have to gain more skills. It won't just be, and people have to be more creative, as time goes on. This is how AI has influenced market. In conclusion, anyone can see that AI is not a fad, but rather has the potential to revolutionize the global economy through technology advancements, scientific understanding, and entrepreneurial endeavors. The rising availability of big data and hardware accelerators are two important variables that have contributed to the progressive expansion of automation and AI over the previous decade. AI has the potential to restructure markets, transform innovation processes, research and development, organizations, business processes, and the global economy. All this starts to benefit from AI. That is the end of my presentation. Are there any questions, please?
Please, if you have questions, can you ask Benny, please?
Yeah, I can ask a question.
Go on, Zach.
So how do you think that the artificial intelligence is changing the world right now, according to the research?
Yeah, I think we noticed the most significant change of recent times in the COVID-19 period, where people were staying at home because of the spread of the disease. They had to stay at home to not socialize with people, to avoid the spread of disease. AI was a big player in this phase because people had to use the technology to be able to communicate to others. People were still working remotely through AI, through these websites, where websites are made from artificial intelligence. So this is one of the impacts that AI has in the world. And deliveries were made from door to door, for food items. So this is a very big impact. It has shown that the world has evolved. AI has really influenced the world. So yeah, that's the answer to that question.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
Is there any other question for Emmanuel? All right, so Emma, do you have a list of references?
Yes, I do.
Can we see it?
I'll include my slide, but I'll include it.
So can I see, you had a slide on objectives.
Yeah.
My guess is you don't have a key research question that you're following, isn't it?
I do. I do have a key research question is
The research question slide on the presentation, or?
no. I didn't include it there.
So we work with what
Just
we have, right? So
okay,
your
okay.
objective is to let the society know of the rapid change. Do you see a bias in this objective?
No.
Okay. So how do you know businesses are going through rapid change when you've not done the research yet?
I did research through like
At the stage
okay,
where you are writing your objective, you've not done the research.
yeah.
Okay, so there've not been any pilot study or anything. So how do you actually know what the outcome is going to be? Because from reading it, I get a sense that you know what the outcome is going to be and you want to let the society know. And my second question following that would have obviously been, how do you actually let the society know? Unless maybe you're going out to do a series of workshops to educate people. That sort of stands there,
Yeah.
but it doesn't matter. We're not going to go too much into this now. At least let's go with some questions, right? So you've mainly done secondary data, which means anybody listening to you will be interested in how does the literature relate to each other? What is the key benefit of one finding from literature over another and other things? Can you actually tell me some? Without, I mean, I was listening to you and they were mostly from your experiences, chat box and all those kind of things, how they've been used, but you are presenting a literature review. I mean, pretty much that's what it is. So
Yeah.
what are your findings from the literature itself? I mean, the actual research you've done.
Okay, so according to an author, Goodfellow of 2018, the availability of a significant amount of data on hardware accelerators and CPUs, which are tensor processing units, are credited with AI's advancements. And the rise in popularity of AI has resulted in increased investment in a variety of AI-related fields, including research, development, marketing, and production as well. Companies like Microsoft and Facebook are among the companies with the most mentions of the term AI in their earnings call. So according to international data,
Does this finding contradict any other literature out there?
no,
Sure?
I'm still reading. Yeah.
No, you've done the reading already. I mean, it would have been interesting if you're presenting secondary data, right? It's literature review. So it would have been interesting to see from the presentation what the literature actually says, how they actually go back to address this particular objective that we are looking at, and what kind of conclusions can be drawn to it. Because you're basically a reporter, right? When you've looked at secondary data, and I've always expressed my concern with going along that route, isn't it? Because you still don't want to finish working on secondary data and come across as if you are giving intuition. Because then my question would have been, without doing the research, right? I could pretty much say exactly the same as you said, without reading anything. So you who have read something, can you actually give us a bit more information within maybe the next 1 minute in terms of something that solidifies your key findings in terms of how the literature relate to each other and as far as the use of AI and its influences on businesses are concerned?
Yeah, I'm just saying one. According to International Data Corporation, global spending on AI systems will nearly double from 12 billion in 2016 to $58 billion by 2021. This was according to an author of Columbus 2018. So these are shown how the influence of AI has grown. So AI is projected to become more involved in more sectors as a result of the increased financing.
Okay. All right, thanks, Emma. Next presenter is Parma. Shakti Singh.
Hello.
Please be doing the grading as you go. Yeah, Parma, floor is yours, or the web is yours.
Just a moment. Hello, good morning, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Satyasi Verma, and I'll be talking about analysis of the role of bio authentication in improved financial security in online transactions. The context the context of the research paper involves a critical analysis of bio authentication and its role in the online transaction process. The research problem has been identified as the difficulties and challenges involved the financial security over the online transaction. Process are increasing recent days. The process argument has been defined with the hypothesis formed with the research study process with the involvement of bio authentication related to the online transactions. This project will investigate improvement related to bio authentication for the online transactions. I have three major questions. What is the role of bio authentication process with financial security? Second one is how the online transactions process impact the new technological involvement. Third one is what are the necessary steps to be taken to provide financial security. The bio authentication system has been a major and important factor for the growth in the future to the security provided on the online process. The bio authentication process has been greatly divided into two groups. First one is the active one, the second one is passive one. The active one is the physical biometric and the passive one is behavior biometrics. The banking actors have exclusively included both of the factors, active and passive, by 67% and 33% respectively. It has been seen that about 1.9 billion banks have been supported the bio authentication process. The active bio authentication process is getting popular involvement at different stage in the financial sector. This type of active bioauthentication process mainly involves the physical identification of the user to define the control over the personal account. Thus, it can be provided with critical development and improvement to security involved with the financial management of the account. These are such as fingerprint, eye print, facial, and voice authentication. The authentication concept. The authentication is described as a process of confirming a person's claimed identification by comparing evidence collected from individual to data kept in database to determine the regardless of whatever the person is or who they say they are. Something you are aware of, such as passcode, personal identification number, or the answer to a security question. Something you own, something you know about mobile number, one-time password known as OTP. You have biometrics factors such as biometrics, face, iris, retina, and voice, and signature. The authentication concept. The current mobile payment authentication process employs two-factor registration and verification. The registration concept is the registration process entails gathering subscriber information such as biodata, fingerprint, passport photos, national identity number, or a valid code. The national identity number or password is checked against the national identity to register the authority. The verification process has the same thing like registration, but it contains the national identity number or passport number. It check against the national identification and register as authorities database. There are several digital payment system attacks that I'll be talking about. The first one is privacy attack. In this attack, attackers violate the privacy of digital payment users against the bank application. They also compromise subscribers' PIN, allow attackers to unlawfully obtain the victim's bank information, and conduct criminal activities. Second one is spoof attacks. An intruder can claim the identity of authorized digital payment user or agent, gain access to verified users, and conduct illegal activities. Third one is mask attack. A mask attack occurs when a intruder employs social technical tactics to gain subscribers' career, PIN, or other information and employ them to seek money from genuine users, associates, family, and conduct unlawful business. Fourth one is phishing attack. In this attack, fraudsters pose up as a bank employees and send a phone or text message to subscriber in order to trick them into disclosing their digital payment PIN. Fifth one is brute force attack because bank employs 4 or 5 digit number to authenticate users. This is straightforward attack technique with the rate of success to combat brute force attack assault. Shoulder surfing attack. Intruders speak over the shoulders of the bank agents or the users while making payment to get their pins. The last one is DOS and DDoS attack. This this kind of attacks occurs when attackers flood digital payment servers with bogus traffic in order to avoid real users from accessing the facility. The purpose is to make authorized client unavailable to digital payment service. Uh, Thank you so much. Okay,
Can I confirm, did the thank you mean that that's the end of your presentation?
yeah.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for actually keeping it on time as well. Does anybody from the class have a question? Nobody? Just waiting for our cyber experts to ask questions, but they don't want to ask today. All right,
Hi,
so,
Obama.
oh, go on, yeah. Go on, Ayo.
Sorry, is this a primary or secondary data you use in your work?
Yeah, it's primary data.
Okay, your data cover from how many data sets were you able to get?
Sorry.
How many data sets were you able to generate for your research work?
Yeah, I took data from Google Scholar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You
Can
took
you
data from
is it primary
how
or
many?
second?
Is it primary you use or secondary?
It's secondary, so yeah.
You sure?
All right.
Are you sure? Sorry, which one is which? Primary or secondary?
Secondary.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Ayo, is your question answered? Or do you have more questions?
No, over to you. Over to you, sir.
Okay. So I think it's quite similar to the previous research. What kind of methodology did you use for your secondary data collection?
I've used qualitative and quantitative, yeah, mixed method.
How do you use qualitative and quantitative for secondary data collection?
Yeah, I use the numerical numbers and explain it to the
How? I mean, in this particular research, how was that done?
in this particular research.
Yeah.
I took papers from Google Scholars. I researched them all. I read all the papers. Then I conclude few of them. I added few of them. And put
No,
refer.
we're asking about your quantitative research. So how has numbers got, what has numbers got to do with secondary data collection?
I don't know that.
So sorry, I was just repeating what you said. So
Yeah, that's fine.
We skip that question, yeah? Okay, right. So what was the main conclusions from your work?
Main conclusion is based. We find that the present digital payment authentication system could be enhanced by developing a safe multiple authentication strategy like OTP
Okay,
and
so if the researcher is unsure of the methodology used, how can I trust the conclusions made? Sorry, do you want me to rephrase the question?
Yeah, please.
How can I trust your research in general if you are unsure of the conclusions the methodology you use?
Yeah, it's just I'm confused right now. That's why, like.
Or is it the pressure? Yeah, don't worry about that.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. So if I look at your report and it doesn't actually tally with the recordings from the data,
Yeah.
how do I trust the report?
It's hard to answer that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What measures did you take to ensure that your research has valid data?
I use it from Google Scholar, so it's
Okay,
credible.
so in your work, if you go to your slides or you take some, can you go to your slides?
Yeah, please. I think.
Yeah. Yes.
I do apologize to the class. We will have to run over. I'm aware you've got another one at 12, but we will have to run over this session a bit in terms of hours, the time being used. But hopefully this is the very last session. Okay, if it's going to take time to get the slides, your last slide, please. Yeah, so these are very well-known attacks. No, like these are well-known attacks, right?
Yeah.
You can get this from a textbook. You can get this from anywhere. Why does one need to do research to end up with these conclusions in order to present it as work that is being presented at the end of a research methods module?
Because we are using two-factor authentication, so that's why I use this as to know that, like,
this is something you can get from a textbook. You know, the textbook is different from research papers. Okay. So this is something you can get from Google. One Google search will list all these things for you, right? One Google search, and it doesn't have to come from anywhere. Why does one need to dedicate time for research, go through an ethics approval to end up with the same thing they can find from one Google search without going through any single research paper?
I put this on my paper because I was telling about the challenges that bioauthentication is also have, and these are the few attacks that we might face in future. That's why I add this.
Yeah, let's keep it short here. Thank you very much for your time and for the presentation.
Thanks so much.
Next person is Abhishek.
Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Can you see all my screens?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Abhishek. Today, I'm going to talk about the powerful effect of a physical activities that simply moving your body has immediate and long-lasting protective benefits for the brain has last of your rest of your life. Yes, I'm talking about the effect of the physical activities on the mental health among the young in the modern era. Regular exercise lower the risk of heart and circulatory disease 35%. Doing regular exercise, heat produced in your skeleton, which is increase your body temperature, make your body full warm. Your heart will start beating faster. Your heart will pump more blood to your muscle. Your muscle uses the blood and muscle, improve your muscle level, and it will become bigger and stronger. Your muscle works harder, so they need more oxygen to your you need more oxygen to start breathing. You need more oxygen so that you start breathing faster. So your body, your blood pump up more oxygen to your lungs, and your lungs will work harder to uh, make it happen. So your blood picks up more oxygen to your muscle, which is used to give them extra oxygen which they needed. If you're actively working out, your muscle memory will increase, and it will be easier to work out, and it will be easier to do more exercises. Getting active getting active is greater for the uh, type 2 diabetes patients, because work body will produce more glucose, and because of lack of insulin, the body will not impact that glucose in your it will not take the glucose. So doing regular exercises, the insulin level will increase, and it start producing insulin glucose to your body. My main research question is, will it possible to enhance the mental health for the people with the mental health problems with the help of physical activities and sports activities, and the benefit of gain through the physical activities? The first one is, yes, it's possible that the mental health people with the mental health problem, it will help physical exercises. There will be a chemical called dopamine in our brain. Because of lack of dopamine, the body will start responding slowly, and it have no energy, feel numb. We started feeling nothing is important, feel more helpless. We start taking uh, medicines, and some of the cases people start smoking, drinking, using drugs and all. Because of lack of dopamine, body will produce a fat molecule, and because of increase of the fat, the body will start functioning slowly. So how to get rid of the fat, and be fit and be active in the normal life? To using calorie deficiency diet, and doing regular exercises, and eating right food, and keeping a calorie up to 2,500 to 2,000 calories, and eating small amount of the food, and eating more in a day, and the food timings perfectly. It will help to reduce the fat. Increasing the amino acid level in the body, which is helps to reduce the fat content, and convert the fat content into energy, so that we can work out harder and more and stronger, and get rid of the fat, and get fit, and be confident, and get rid of the mental health problem. Effective inactivities and mental health issues. It is a cycle. Like if you suffering from the mental health and lack of physical activities, it will decrease your strength, decrease your balance, decrease your fitness. and increase in the effect of the diseases like symptoms of joint pain, and increase muscle loss and cardiovascular problems, and decrease level of strength, self-confidence, and depression kind of problem. It will also reduce the functions of capacity, reduce the exercise capacity, and reduce the ability of day-to-day activities. My second research question is benefit of the physical exercise on mental health. It will reduce the anxiety disorder, panic disorder, and matched stress and anxiety in the mentioned field. Individual ability to see their potential and more meaningful relationship with others. Exercise can utilize as a standalone session for the depression treatment, or as per the longer treatment plan that include antidepressant drugs. Physical activities has been shown to reduce the risk and inactivity disease decline in both the children and adults. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question for Abby? Is there any question for Abby? All right. I think it just follows in terms of the 3 or 2 other previous presentations. So my question will be, in terms of your key research question, how was it actually answered from literature? What was the actual methodology you used for your secondary data collection? And
I couldn't do primary research because it's a long process.
So you did primary research?
No, I couldn't do the primary research.
No, it doesn't matter. Let's stick to the method you have used. So for the method you have used, what was the actual process you followed? Because even secondary research and data collection, there are different types of methodological approaches that you can use. So what was the methodology you used for your secondary data collection? What was the key finding in relation to your research question?
I used qualitative methods. I used Google Scholar. I used several papers.
Yeah. So did you use critical literature review? Did you follow a systematic approach? Did you look into the various methods for literature review? Is that yes or no?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
For literature review process, did you look into the various approaches that are recommended as far as research methodology is concerned?
Yeah, yes.
So which one did you follow for your literature review?
You're talking about the secondary data.
Right. So what was your key research question and what's the main findings from literature?
Yeah, my key research question is this too.
Yeah, so what's your key research question and what's your finding from literature?
Yeah. The answer of this question is I have referred so many papers and collaborated and concluded my opinion, my experience too.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for your presentation and your response as well. Please, if anybody else is presenting secondary data afterwards, let us know from the research itself what you have found out, because that's the whole point of the research, isn't it? For you to go out there, look into the data, and come to tell us what you have found out. Otherwise, we could have asked your opinion before you did the study, and there wouldn't be the need for the study itself. So that's going for those who will be presenting later on as well. It's sort of key that you let us know so we can benefit from the work you've done as well. Thank you very much, Abby. Next person is Mita.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Mita, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Sorry, sir.
Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, good morning, all of you. My research topic is the understanding the influencing factors of the health 2.0 or 3.0 open source tools in the healthcare. It means doctors and the patients are communicating by using the open source tools, like they are using the internet sources and the phone calls and the video calls and all that, and sharing their data by that. So in the introductions, in my research, Health 2.0 and 3.0 technology ensures better quality, affordability, and the accessibility of the medical services. In this study, the researcher would...
Mita, you're not sharing your slides. So if you intended to share your slides, you can share them.
Yeah. Now can you see my slides?
I can't. I'm not sure whether.
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry. Just...
All right. Whilst Mita figure it out, maybe we go to the next person. Or Mita, do you want to present without showing your slides? Okay, good. It's coming up.
Okay.
We could see that you've not graded anybody yet. Please be doing the grading as we go.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
In this study, the researcher would acknowledge how such corroborative information allows the remote monitoring of health problems with reduce the medical cost, because nowadays we are very increasing the cost when we are go to the hospitals and we visit to the doctors, and the discussion aims to critically analyze the influencing factors of health 2.0 or 3.0 technology, while identifying the impact of such healthcare technologies on the national health economy of the UK. The researcher would be selecting the interpretivism's philosophy for the specific research because it interprets the humanistic data in relevance to the social phenomena. Also in the finding sections, the researcher thoroughly analyzed the data collected from the secondary sources, and the data of the finding sections was triangulated with the contents of the literature review chapter in the discussion sections. In this research, I have the research questions is the what are the current positive and the negative impacts of using the web-based open source tools in the National Health Service and its economy activity in the UK. Then second one is the what are the current barriers to promoting and encompassing this technique in health and social services, and what are the nature and structure can adopt to support this technology widely by health professionals and the government bodies to reduce the health economic influences. And last one is the what are the security concerns to consider and apprehend in assessing private and confidential data of the health populations over this technology. By the data analysis to create a the researcher analyzes the data with the assistance of the thematic analysis, as it is one of the most effective means for the analyzing the secondary qualitative data. And however, for the carrying out the research effectively, the thematic analysis was the conducted through a certain phase. In that, the initial phase, the researcher would emphasize getting accustomed to the data that needs to be accumulated. In the next phase, the researcher focus on the generation of codes from the keywords related to the selected topic, and the themes formed in the relevance to the specific research are interrelated to each other for the successful interventions of the selected topics. And then the finding sections, in that we have to selected the theme. In the first theme, the positive impact of the health 3.0 is the national health services in the UK. In that, when the patient look this, they are the adapting the mobile social networking in the managing the healthcare. The main benefit is that it would provide the daily support to compile with the medications, and also it will help to improve the daily care of the patients, and they are easily communicate with the patients. So it is it is the very adaptable from the patients. Then the second theme is the negative impact of health 3.0 open source on the national health services in the UK. In that patient are share their all data and the personal informations, so increase the risk of the data and hacking if additional measures for the security are not undertaken. Then the third theme is the current barriers to promoting the use of the open source tools. So it is the very challenging time during this pandemic. So healthcare system are very burn out among the doctors and all the others health personals. So because of this pandemic level, so in that to use the open source tools is the very vendor of to adequate and support to give the care to the patients. They are using these open source tools. And theme 4, nature and structure to be adapted to support the use of the open source tools. The open source term is because the open source code can be freely accessible, and this can help in encouraging the creation and development of multiple platforms using the similar and integrated standards. And last one is the security concern in assessing the private and confidential data. In that, NHS are always look after that the data are not sharing the others, because these are the personal data of the all patients. And lastly, based on the assessment of the information gathered from the different secondary sources, it has been understood that the health 2.0 or health 3.0 technology is the present and the future for the healthcare organizations in the UK. Another significant aspects of the scope of the health 3.0 and use of open source platforms and the technology is the potential reduction in the overall healthcare cost for the healthcare institutions and for the patients. And thirdly, enables the opportunity for professionals for engaging in IPS and IPE actions for a virtual basis, whereby facilitate health professionals for engaging in interprofessional interactions like the numerous could never do so because of the geographic barriers and the time limitations. The adoptions of the emerging digital technology can significantly improve the performance of all the key healthcare business proceeding in the specific processes which can perfectly by the simplified with the adoptions of the information technologies. And however, updating the web-based instruments will provide the better outcomes, but it may replace the human intelligence in the future. The healthcare personnel also incorporate some medical particular and the stored details in the system. Thank you.
Thanks, Mita. If anyone has a question, please ask. Is there any question for Mita? As I mentioned earlier, we will go over for a bit. Mita, if you stay on the slides. Can you clarify to us what approach you use for your data collection?
Awesome.
Sorry?
What methodology did you use for your data collection?
I using the secondary sources for the data collection.
What's your reference list and how do they relate to the data?
After I added the reference slides.
There's two colleagues here.
Sorry?
Yeah. We were expecting another young lady, but I think we'll leave that for
So how does your the research online relate to the data you presented in your slides?
Sorry, sir.
You use secondary data collection, right?
Yes.
So where's the list of references? How does it show your findings in the work you have presented? Can you hear me?
Through the, yeah.
Or do you want me to move on?
Just before we start, just introduce yourselves.
Mita, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you've done secondary data collection, right?
Yes.
So where are the sources of the data? How does it link with the findings you presented in the research? So at least we can trust the data that you presented to us in your presentation.
Yes, I finding the different researches from the Google scholars, and I
where are the papers? Where are the papers? How does it link to your presentation?
It is in the references.
Is it in the, do you have a reference slide for your presentation?
No, I didn't make it.
Okay. All right then. Thank you very much. If nobody has another question for you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Right. Next person is Zach. I do apologize. Yeah, Zach, go ahead.
Check. All is in the back. Movement. Let me just 1 second. All right. All right, can everyone see my screen? Oh. Hello, everyone. So my name is Zakaria. I'll be presenting the cybersecurity data breach in the state of California. So this analysis has been done using the public data available in the California state's government website. As on 28th of 2018, the governor of the California state has signed the act of a law that requires every company in the state of California to submit a report of their cybersecurity attack. So every company that has been breached need to submit a report to the public database, and the organization who don't submit a report will be fined of a certain amount of money. So there is a huge database. So for the data analysis, we looked, as we said, in the publicly available California data breach notice, and all the data available are are submitted since January 2012 in the California Department of Justice website. So there is almost 1,433 organization. The California state government website doesn't have any public application programming interface. So for those who doesn't know what's that, it's basically an easy way to fetch data from a website. So they don't provide any kind of specific structure to download this data. So I had to use web scraping to extract the data from the website. So what I need basically is to just fetch the website and get all the organization names with their PDF report and insert all this information into a database in a structured format. I used MySQL database and I inserted all these feeds into the MySQL database. So a report provided by the California state websites contain only limited information like organization name and what is the attack vector. That, for example, like software malicious, or is it a ransomware? So in this research, I need more information like the company size or the company type. So I used the organization name from this the California state website and used also the LinkedIn API. As we said earlier, it's just an easy way to get data from certain websites. So for the LinkedIn API, I just need to send them the organization name, and the API going to send me back the company size and the company type. So at this point, I have a list of more than 1,400 organizations with the date of the data breach and what the type of the attack vector and the company size and the company type. So unfortunately, for the company size and company type, we did get only 83% of the data because not all companies use LinkedIn and have LinkedIn account or put the company size or type in the LinkedIn website. Yeah. So for the data structure, as we said earlier, we have we did three kind of analysis. So it's basically on the attack vector, and the attack vector, we will find it in what happens section in the state of California report, and basically there is multiple type of attack vector, like unauthorized access, software vulnerability, or stored computer data, etc. For the company analysis, it was based on the industry, the sector, and the size of the company, and the financial losses and the breach detection. So most of this information were fetched from the LinkedIn API or from the publicly available report in the state of California website. Also, the personal information analysis was based on social security number, payment card, medical record, password, bank account, and health insurance and driver license. So so basically, when we fetch all the data and we insert them into a structured database, it's easy to make statistics using organized data than non-organized data. So once we have all this information in the database, we can use Excel or any programming language. So PHP programming language was used in this analysis to classify the data and fetch data from database and classify them according to the frequency of each breach, like according to attack vector or the company sector size or personal information. So the finding of this research was, so we have multiple findings. So the first one was in the company's industry. So as we can see from the analysis, that the top 8 industry represents 53% of the total breached company. And as you can see also that the financial industry represent 19, like almost 20%, and it's followed by hospital and healthcare, retail, and the others. And the other 90 industry represent 46.3% of the total breach company. So it's very clear that financial as the industry is the most impacted industry by data breach. And now to define about the company sectors. So as we can see from the pie chart that the public and private companies are the most affected companies. It could be because that most companies are either private or public, but it's less likely for a company to be like a non-profit or educational. So the finding of the sector are like both public and private company are the most affected sector. Now going to the company size. So as we can see from the pie chart too, that big companies tend to be the most affected company. Like the size of company with more than 10,000 employees are by large the most breached company, and it represents like 30% of the total data breach. And over half of cybersecurity breach affect large company with more than 1,000 employees. And for small company, there's not like a huge frequency of data breach, but still most huge companies, most large companies are breached due to small company, because most attackers gain access in small company, and then they escalate to bigger companies. And also small companies, they tend not to report the data breach because it's not really important for them, and they don't have a lot of financial loss. So large companies tend to report more than small companies. And for the attack vector, the unauthorized access is the most common attack, representing 27%. So we can say that this attack vector analysis is very accurate, because when company don't know how they get breached in the state of California report, they just choose unauthorized access. So when we say unauthorized access, it means that the company have no idea how the hackers gain access to the system. And the next one is software vulnerability. It can be like web application or like a book, any third-party application like Apache or something. So we can say that it's the most common attack, and it represents 13% of the most attack, but it can be like the first common attack vector, because as we say, unauthorized access basically means that the company have no idea how the attack gain access. And it followed by a couple of other attack vector like stolen computer data and data found publicly or wrong data set and exposed data, etc. And the last one is social engineering. For the stolen person, the finding of the stolen person information, it seems like the social security number and payment card are by large the most targeted personal information, because this information can be sold in the black market. So these are the most valuable information that hackers can find valuable in breached database. So this is why it's the most targeted information, and it's followed by medical record, password. Many people think that password is a very important, is a very valuable information, but in most database, passwords are encrypted, so they're not really targeted because it's very hard to decrypt this database. Bank's account and health insurance and driver license are the least targeted stolen information. So for the recommendation of more accurate analysis in this in the data breach field, so this analysis is only limited to the publicly available data set, which is provided by the Office of the Attorney General under the notification law in the state of California. There is also other states in the US that require the same law, and it started only a few years ago. But California was the first state, so there is huge data available there. But for more accurate and precise analysis, it would be great if we use other states' data. And a result of the attack vector analysis can be further discussed in order to create effective cybersecurity and threat detection process. Like we found out that the software vulnerability is the most targeted attack vector. So based on that, we can go further and create more some incident response plan or threat detection process based on this pattern. Also, this record, the previous year record can also be used to train a machine learning model in order to predict future data breach frequency. So we can use the company profile by industry sector or size, financial use, and also the attack type or the stored information to predict future cybersecurity attack. And we say we can use other state data to also to have more accurate model using artificial intelligence, which can be really helpful. Yeah, thank you. So if anyone have a question.
Any questions, please ask. Okay, in the absence of any question, Zach, what was the decision for using that database?
What do you say?
What was the decision for using that particular database?
What was the what?
What was the influence? What influenced you to use that particular database?
Yeah. So it's basically because I had a previous work with this database. Because I work with the company from the US in California, so I did work previously with this database, and it's provided by the US government, so it's really accurate because before they submit any report, it goes through a lot of reviews.
Okay, sorry, I see a hand up. Adobe, please ask your question.
Hi, Zach. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
How long did it take you to carry out this research?
Actually, it doesn't take too long because in computer science, it's basically just writing the algorithm that takes time. Because fetching the data and put it inside the algorithm is gonna take you. It's gonna easily generate the output once you run in the algorithm, like in few seconds. But the hardest part is writing the algorithm to fetch the data, organize it, put it in database.
So how long would you estimate that generally takes?
Like it can take up to a week or two to work on the algorithm and organize like the research. Did they answer?
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so here's my question. Who else have done a similar research? Zach?
What do you say?
Who else have done a similar research?
Yeah. There is some similar research in this from the same California database, but it's different in some kind of findings and the size of data.
How is it different?
Like it's different from the fetch algorithm, and it's also in the approach.
You with me?
Yeah.
So so exactly what have they done differently? How did it influence the data that they got? What's the key findings? What's the key difference between your work and their work? And have you actually compared your your findings against their findings?
Yeah, so basically it's most of the in the findings, like in the categorization of the findings, and statistics. So it's basically not it's not the same numbers as I did more in the like it's this study is more recent and how do you say I don't really remember what that study was, but I did put it in the references, but I don't even remember what they did.
It's key to your work, you see, because it tells about the rationale and other things. So yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Next presenter, I will end at some point. People will still have the opportunity to present afterwards, but I want to give everyone a fair chance to present their work. So next, thanks, Jack. Next presenter is Milo. Is Milo with us? Okay, so if Milo is not with us, then Shakil.
Yes, sir.
Can you give your presentation, please?
Yes. Is it possible for everyone to see my slides?
I can see.
Yeah. So good morning, everyone. My topic, I chose my topic as social media and millennials, and I used quantitative method for the research. The two research questions where I used to find out the answer from the participants. Overall, 25 participants were selected from different social media platforms. After the examination, 50 participants were excluded due to an incomplete questionnaire. So the final sample consisted of 10 participants. Online survey was constructed using the SurveyMonkey application, and it took approximately 10 minutes for me to complete. And the main research questions, there were two main research questions. The first one is to understand how many times do the participant look at the social media in a day. And the second one was how much time do they spend on the social media. And from the findings, out of 10 participants, one of them choose they're not using everyday basis, and rest 9 have chosen more than 10 times they look into the social media in a day. And for the second question, one participant choose, one participant choose less than 30 minutes usage of social media, and 4 participant chooses they use social media for 2 to 3 hours. That means 40%, and the rest of 5 participants chosen 50. The rest of 5 participants spend more than 3 hours on the social media. Then that's my findings. And there were limitations for this research also, because the age group was only from 25 to 30 I used. And out of 25 participants, only 10 were included due to the incomplete questionnaire, because the sample used for this study was small, and also the selected population was small, and also the data does not represent all the millennial group for the large millennial audience. And these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have a question for Abhishek?
Shikil, sorry.
Sorry for Shakil. Thank you. Does anybody have any question for Shakil? Nope. All right. What's your key finding? What's the key research question? What's your key finding?
Research question was how the participant use social media. How many times do they look at social media in a day? That was my first question. And how much hours do they spend on the social media was my second question.
Okay. So based on these two key research questions, can we look at your title?
Yeah, social media and the millennial was my title.
Okay, can I ask one question? What are you trying to prove? Exactly what are you trying to prove with this particular research topic?
I think the usage of social media between these age groups.
Sorry?
Social media usage of these age group people.
Okay. What was your sample size?
Size. Actually, I tried to include almost 25, but due to incomplete questionnaire, only 10 participants were included.
Did you find any literature during your review, any literature that have done work with social media? And
yeah, it's included in the reference list. Yeah.
Okay. How many samples did they use?
I think it's large quantity, almost 1,000 or for this one.
Okay. Out of that 1,000, did they ask them whether they use social media or not?
Sorry?
Out of that 1,000, when they did their study, did they ask them whether they use social media or not?
No, I think. So,
You think, or you are sure?
no, I'm not
All
sure.
I'm trying to find out is if the question is whether young people use social media or not. That's a question that you can find by simple Google search or even from work from the other people's work. So I'm trying to see the actual core thing that you wanted to deduce from your research or what you wanted to present to us. But anyway, thank you very much. I look forward to reading the report. Next presenter is Elizabeth.
Morning.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Please go ahead with your presentation. Shakil, if you want to stop sharing your screen.
Okay. Sorry.
With us. I heard a voice. It's Elizabeth with us. I had a good morning. Who was it? Okay, somebody
Yeah,
else.
good morning. I'm trying to start sharing.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Still trying to get it done.
Right. Shall we give the opportunity to the next presenter whilst Elizabeth, you try to figure it out? Is it a case where it's not sharing or you can't find the button?
Not showing, so I'll just figure it.
Do you need some couple of more minutes?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Elizabeth, if you want to email me, you can email me as soon as possible. If it goes to my University of Northampton account, and then I'll just see if I can get it and share with us. Next is Dorcas.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. It's not in presentation mode, but we can see it. You are sharing only the slide thing. So if that's what you intend to use, then great. If you intend to use presentation mode, we can see it.
Pardon?
We can see the slides, so you can just use the slides. If you want to use presentation mode, that's not, we can see that one. I think other people have shared like that, so you can also go ahead with it.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Dorcas, and I'm here to present on the topic, the impact of university students' online shopping on their satisfaction. This research was motivated by the movement of shopping face-to-face to online shopping according to Reham et al. 2019. And also, when it comes to online shopping, Handea 2020 also said student satisfaction when it comes to online shopping helps to determine customer loyalty. According to Sprockets 2019, customer satisfaction can only be determined by customer perceived quality, service, and value. Several studies have been done on online shopping. And according to Frahat 2018, it was revealed that 99% of students shop online. Therefore, this study seeks to find whether university students online shopping has an impact on their satisfaction. Some of the objectives that this research seeks to find is one, to determine the relationship between online shopping, customer perceived quality, and customer perceived quality. Two, to determine the relationship between online shopping and customer value. Three, to determine the relationship between online shopping and customer service. And finally, to know whether online shopping has an impact on customer satisfaction. Some hypotheses this study seeks to test is to know whether online shopping has a relationship between customer perceived quality, customer perceived value, and customer perceived service, and also test to see whether customer satisfaction is really has an impact. Online shopping has an impact on customer satisfaction. Some method used in this study is as follows. A quantitative approach was used for this study because according to William, quantitative study is used by several researchers to test what affects people. Targeting a population at the University of Northampton and a sample size of 200, data was gathered through an online survey, and statistical packages for social sciences were used to analyze data. With the findings, a reliability test was conducted to check if variables, that is online shopping, customer perceived quality, customer service, and customer value data was reliable, and it showed a Chromebox alpha of 0.820, 0.626, 0.00, and 0.803 respectively. Correlation statistics was used to show whether online shopping has a significant effect on customer perceived quality, value, and service. And it showed that it had a positive correlation between the three variables. Performing a simple linear regression, it was showed that any change in online shopping results in 0.740 rise in student satisfaction. Therefore, the hypothesis of the research, which is H1, H2, H3, and H4 were accepted. Some limitations of this study is that it cannot be generalized. Its results cannot be generalized to all universities. And also it recommends to online shoppers, online sellers to seek for more ways to meet the needs of customers to grow their businesses. Thank you.
Thanks, Dorcas. Please, if you have a question, kindly ask. Mita, I'll still say that we can all see you in case it wasn't intentional to leave your camera on. I'm completely okay for you to leave it on, but just in case you're not aware. Yeah, so any questions for Dorcas, please ask. I don't see any hand up. So, Dorcas, where's your slide? Can you share your slides with us? So if you keep it on the first slide, the impact of university students' online shopping on their satisfaction. How do you define satisfaction here? Are you referring to the academic satisfaction or what kind of satisfaction?
The satisfaction begins after shopping online. That satisfaction is what I'm trying to.
So it's got nothing to do with their student experience in itself. It's about the e-commerce side of things.
Yes, please.
Okay. So if you go a bit more down.
Okay. A bit more down.
Your key research question.
Pardon?
Your key research question here.
My key research question was to find whether students' online shopping impacts on their satisfaction. So I tested.
What's the key finding?
Pardon?
What's the key finding here?
The key finding I found out is when I used a linear regression to test whether online shopping really has an impact on customer satisfaction, which showed that any change in customer satisfaction resulted in a 0.740 rise in student satisfaction.
So how does your analysis actually prove or disprove your hypothesis?
Pardon?
What were the findings in terms of your analysis and whether they prove or disprove any of your hypotheses?
All my findings accepted the alternative hypothesis.
Right. And in terms of your data collection, did you actually get 200 people from the University of Northampton to respond to your questionnaire?
Yes, please.
All right. What was the distribution like in terms of demographics?
In terms of demographics?
Yeah, did you capture the demographic? Did you use any form of demographics capture with number of males, number of females, number of age range, and all those kind of things?
Yes.
Okay, so in your analysis, you didn't relate demographics to any of your analysis, did you?
No, please. I didn't.
But you have the data.
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you. If nobody has any question for you, I'm happy for us to go back to Esther. Esther, are you ready? Or would you want us to
Elizabeth.
I keep confusing the two. I'm like, sorry, I do apologize. Elizabeth, are you ready? Or, please say hey. Elizabeth, are you ready? Or you want me to go to another person?
So after the next person, I'll go.
Okay. Let's hope you have time after the next person. I am aware you have presentations after my session, so I'm going to cut it at some point. Raj, Midan?
Yes, sir.
You ready to go?
Yeah.
Floor is yours.
The strategic scenario of global logistics. The current global crisis and other socio-economic and political events highlight for a better understanding of future and medium and long-term development. The next topic is research question. By 2022, how will the logistics service industries in micro environment have changed? Means the logistics industry has undergone a major transformation in the last 10 years, having adapted efficiently to the violent global scenario. The multiple trends emerging this year. Logistics platforms have introduced robotic order picking and event packaging to save time and cost. And today, warehouse management service have been augmented to smooth end-to-end shipping service. How does global logistics help Europe? Logistics provides end-to-end supply chain solution throughout Europe that include comprehensive and reliable global transportation and distribution service. Objectives: the aim of the paper is to provide number of probable future scenario concerning the development of logistics network on a global level in the medium long term by using qualitative and strategic approach and assess the strategic impact of the Europe area. The scenario building is an indispensable tool for policymakers as it seeks to create reliable guidance for facilitate the most productive course of action. Method, it takes into account combination of uncertain occurrences rather than isolated uncertainty. Consider a wide range of interaction among all major variables, not just the most successful ones. It's great deals less formalized and more adaptable. However, there are several important constraints to mention. The strategies are heuristic and subjective in nature. The limitations mean fuel cost. One of the highest costs contributing cutting transportation costs. Concern is fuel price. Higher fuel prices are likely to increase transportation cost of US shippers this year by pushing up fuel surcharge. Rising US diesel up fuel prices are escalating surcharge added to freight rate. Driver shortage and retention. Hiring and retention remain an issue despite the lower demand mentioned above. Economy with the fuel price come a greater credit crisis and a crisis inflationary demand that take a greater toll on the US economy. Thus, industry is then pressed by increasing compliance regulation, declining demand, additional capacity with additional increase in key centers. The results means the analyses are conducted in semi-structured interview format, where a number of strategic scenarios of global logistics have built each scenario defined in terms of combination of strategic drivers. In particular, results show how a specific model of macro level systematic global logistic model will be likely prevail on global scales, in which two fundamental subcomponents, local or global, will play a determinant role. The impact of SGLM is strategically assessed with regard of European logistics system. Okay.
Thank you. Does anyone have a question for Midan? Any question? No. I'm still on your results. So whilst you did interviews, right?
Yeah.
Online interviews?
Yeah.
Okay, how many interviews did you conduct?
2 or 3.
2 or 3. Why the all? You've done it.
Yeah. 3.
So why all? Sorry?
3 interviews.
3 interviews. Sorry, I had to laugh because I didn't know where they all came from. So you did 3 interviews, and out of the interviews, is there any quote from anyone that stood out to support your results?
Sorry.
Did you use any special analysis tool for your the data you collected from the interviews?
No.
So how did you get your results then?
Google Scholar.
What? So Google Scholar, you did interviews. So your data is coming from the people you interviewed, not Google Scholar. All right. Yeah, thanks so much. I'm sorry for laughing, but the 2 or 3 sort of, yeah, it caught me by surprise. Okay, we can go to the next person unless Elizabeth is ready. If not, Elizabeth, if sharing the screen is a problem, I will add you to the next set as well. Essay. Esther, are you still with us? Okay. Elizabeth, are you ready to go ahead? Yep. I know people have to leave. I'm going to wrap up soon. I need to give some announcement. Elizabeth, I can't hear from you anymore. I know you cannot hear me because Midan did respond to me.
Hello, sir. I'm trying to check what's wrong with it. I don't know why it's not coming up.
Right. So this is what I'm going to do. Milu did not present. She was here. I'm just wrapping up in just 5 minutes. So those who have not presented yet, honestly, thank you so much for staying on more than an hour for this. I mean, it's only the last session, and I wanted as many people to present as possible. I'm aware you are doing peer marking as well. So those who have not presented, we've got Milu who did not present or who did not show up. We've got Elizabeth, Essay, and in that order, all the way down to Esther, who was the last to present. This is what I want you to do, right? I'm not going to do that today or anything. We're not going to create another session to meet, but you are going to create 10 minutes video recording of your work. So same presentation, 10 minutes recordings. You make, if you use YouTube, make sure it's unlisted. The university has recording facilities for you, which is Kaltura. I have showed you in the past. Make sure that anyone with the link can actually view it. I will send an announcement out. You've got today that you're working on other things as well. So I'll send an announcement out, hopefully, let's say by Monday. You will send me the link to your recording, or you send it to me as soon as possible. I'll create a link on the Moodle page as well. Then I'll collate all these videos and I'll share it with the rest of the class. So the rest of the class can grade you as well. Obviously, there's not going to be any question and answers session for that part. So I will redistribute the mark session for the question and answers across to the other sessions as well. Does that sort of sound fair to the rest of us, especially those who have not presented? Sorry. Okay, great.
Sir,
Yeah. Yes, Sanjana, go ahead.
no, it's Adama.
Yeah, Adama, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say that some people have already presented in the presentations we have at 12.
Okay.
I don't know if you would want to extend.
If those people, I'm happy to stay.
Yes, sir, we have already presented.
If those people are happy to stay on, then great. I just don't want to disadvantage anyone or to put too much pressure on.
Being recorded, you can now view it. Yes, please.
Sorry?
The class, the class is being recorded, so you can view it.
Yes, those who have to leave, if you genuinely have a presentation you want to leave, you're more than welcome. I'd put something in the chat window before you leave. I just don't want to put pressure on anybody.
The bulk of the class haven't presented. It's just some few people that have presented.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this, right? Because it's being recorded, I can have a record of it. So I mentioned your name. If you have to go, you let me know, right? If you have a presentation. So Milo is not here. Esther, Elizabeth, sorry. Elizabeth, you have to go.
Yes, I have to go.
You have a presentation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Elizabeth, you are going, and next person is Essay. Essay, do you have a presentation? Another presentation to go to?
Yes, but not now.
Okay, so would you want to present before you go? If you have to go and prepare to, I'm okay for you to do that.
No, I'll present before I leave.
All right, good. So we've got Essay, we've got Cynthia. Cynthia, you can stay. Basically, those who want to stay to present, you can. Let's start with Essay.
Sorry, what happened?
Do you want to present now? Because you're next on the list.
Wow.
You need a bit of time.
I guess someone go. I did. Okay. Fine.
Elizabeth finally managed to share her screen. Elizabeth, I thought you were leaving. Elizabeth, we can't see what you're trying to share. If you can cancel, then maybe next person can present because you have to go. Okay, so whilst Esther prepares, Esther, did you say you want to present now? Esther, if you want to present now, you can. I don't know the order.
I said, I said people that, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was saying that people that have to go can actually, I have done my own presentations for the PMILSP. So what I was just saying is people that have to go can just do theirs now. Then we can wait as long as.
If they are willing to present now, I'm happy to take the presentation, but I'm not going to put pressure on them for them to present if they have another presentation. So yes, thanks Esther, really helpful. So Elizabeth, I think Elizabeth is still struggling on her end. So SA is taking over. SA, you're more than welcome to share.
Lisa, I sent you a private message.
I will have to walk up and look. I would do. Yeah, SA, floor is yours.
Do I have to put on my video?
No, you don't have to, but you can if you want to. Yeah, we can see you now.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Essie, and I will be presenting on the topic, how can healthcare aid be improved in the rural communities in Nigeria? From the pictures here, we can have an ideology of what the rural communities is in Nigeria. And we can also see this young boy drinking water from the tap. So one of the major reasons, this can be one of the ways. I apologize. Sorry, can I start again?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, so from the pictures from the slide, we can have an idea of what a rural community looks like. And this boy is drinking water from the tap. So that's another way healthcare aid can be improved, because Nigeria suffers outbreaks of deadly diseases year after year. And most of the people who suffer the most are people who live in the rural communities. And some of the deadly diseases are like malaria, cholera, typhoid, and the list goes on. And one of the reasons why these people suffer ailments like cholera and typhoid is because they don't have access to clean water. So providing boreholes for these communities can be a way to help these communities from the questions for this research are: how can healthcare aid be improved in the rural communities in Nigeria? And what are the right measures that can be implemented to have better healthcare in the rural communities in Nigeria? A lot of implementations have been put in place in the past for a better healthcare system in Nigeria. But the Nigerian government have been overpowered with greed and focused on more trivial issues than the challenges faced in these rural communities, which is lack of proper healthcare. And the major challenges faced in these rural communities are infrastructures and lack poverty. In my research work, a research article used. Can I come back again? Can somebody go?
Okay, thank you very much, SA. I think you can continue if you want to, really. But
Not.
if you want to grab water or something,
Yeah.
for you to.
Please, someone should just go. Thank you. I'll come back.
Yeah, if you can stop sharing the screen, that would be
Alright.
helpful. Thanks. Who wants to go next? I mean, someone who has to leave a bit later. Yeah.
Yes, I'll go next, sir.
Go on. Elizabeth.
Yes, sir. I'm coming. I'll just fix it. I'll go next.
Those who left me questions, I think I've tried my very best to respond to as many of them as possible. If you send me a question and I didn't answer, let me know. Those who have to leave, I'll share the recordings with them so they can do their grading. Actually, I'll share the recording. Probably shouldn't, but the recording I'll share it anyway with the whole class so we can all do our grading afterwards as well. Is that sweet you're eating, Elizabeth? You could have heard it. Sounds like toffee. Elizabeth, are you still trying to figure out how to share? Because at some point, I think we were sharing. Do you want to email it to me so I share my screen whilst you present?
Here's.
Oh, yay. Password security presentation. We can see all that. I'm kidding. Please double click and it should show.
Okay. So this.
If it's open for you, you are sharing a different screen. We can only see your backstage view, which is your recent files. So you need to share the opened file itself.
Okay, sir.
That's interesting.
Sir, can you see my screen now?
We can see PowerPoint backstage view recent files. So if you double click your research, then it should open something for you. So if it's already open, you want to stop sharing and share that one instead. So you are sharing a different application right now. Yeah,
it's sharing now.
Finally, yes.
Thank you, sir. So my topic is food and nutrition, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic in Southwest Nigeria. And my research question is, what was the impact of the lockdown on the price of food in Nigeria and in rural parts of Southwest Nigeria? What is the impact of COVID-19 on food supply, nutrition, and dietary consumption in both children and adults? So the method I used for this research was qualitative analysis in conjunction with secondary data. So I got a couple of articles to get this research in place. Then my finding on the research is it was discovered that the lockdown had a result in considerable reduction in availability of food resources directly and indirectly, and also the household dietary intake and nutrition state are significantly influenced by the socio-economic position of the family members. So there was also increase in prices as a percentage of salary or income posed a threat to the availability of nutritious food for all these households. And I also found out that during the COVID-19 outbreak that hired laborers, they were disrupted, either because they were not able to go to the field because of the restricted movement, the lockdown. It also posed the threat also on the availability of food in Nigeria. So in the study, I discovered that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the consumption of diverse diets declined. So the consumption of some food reduced. So the consumption of nutritious food reduced, and also there was high increase or hike in consumption of nutritious food as well. So the aim of this paper is to examine the impact of COVID-19 in the southwestern Nigeria. So part of my data collected was based on Devorow's secondary data was based on Devorrow. According to him, there was significant impact of food production, processing, and distribution of these industries. That's it reduced the production of food and the processing of some food to reduce. And this is my reference list. And so in conclusion, COVID-19 was shown to be associated with food insecurity in Nigeria. And also COVID-19 had a significant impact on food prices and nutritional value in Nigeria. So the recommendation is nutritional needs to be met by the government to boost the availability and affordability of food. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you go back to the slides, please? Please don't stop the slide because we don't know when we'll be able to share again. Does anyone have a question for Elizabeth? Any question, please? Just ask. Right. You mentioned some devourer. I don't see who was that?
Yeah, I didn't include it in my slide.
But that's
just part of the findings is in my main work.
It's somebody's research, right?
Yes, somebody's research because it's secondary.
We would expect to see that research paper, at least the key reference. It's like that's the key reference you're using. So we would expect to see it in your reference list. But your secondary data was based on one main paper?
Like 5 papers.
For analysis of 5 papers. Okay, so if you go back to the bit where you are saying people, the consumption of food dropped, nutritious
Yes, it's part of the findings.
Findings from other people's research findings.
Yes, from other people's literature.
So these 5 papers, how do they relate to each other?
Okay, in the sense that generally the consumption of or the increase of prices during the lockdown generally was high. So it's also applicable to the fact that in Nigeria there was also an increase in the prices of food.
What was the logic for limiting yourself to that 5 papers? And when you read literature, right? When you did your literature review, did you look at those who normally use secondary data, especially for review work? How many papers they usually compare for their literature review?
No, I didn't look at.
Okay, but you read some papers, right?
Yes, I read some papers.
How many references did they have? Did you look at any review paper, systematic review paper, survey paper? I mean, survey in the sciences is similar to review, or or critical review paper?
I just looked at the critical review. I didn't look at the survey.
What was your decision for sticking to those 5 papers? Why those particular 5 papers? Is it because they're all saying the same thing? Is it because they are contradicting each other? Was there logic, or they were just the first 5 papers you came across and decided they are cool enough to use?
Firstly, they were the first 5 papers I came across, and they were also talking about the same thing, which is also I can also relate it to another different zone.
So these 5 papers, what study did they do? How many? Pick one that is not the key one that you mentioned. So if we go to your reference list.
So according to Hoff, I don't have it included in my reference list here, but it's my main paper. According to Hoff,
5 papers are not in your reference list.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Then. Thanks for sharing with us.
Thank you.
Esther, whenever you are ready, let me know and you come on. Who wants to go next? It's really random now.
Let me go next. I want to go next.
Livia.
Yes, sir.
What is yours?
Okay.
So I'll go next. I already shared my screen.
I thought Cynthia was going next. That's invasion, right?
Thank you.
I'm surprised though.
I'm sorry, sorry.
Yeah, at the part, you know who to point. Sorry, please don't say it. Don't do that. Devera, please. Cynthia, sorry. Devera, go ahead, and then Cynthia come next.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. My name is Hardik. Today I'm going to present the impact of country culture on tourism, a comparative study on Malaysia and Singapore. So I'll give you some information, like introduction about that. The tourism industry, which was the main part, the tourism industry can be considered to be one of the most prospective, developing, as well as the considerably dynamic industries in the present global scenario. With the occurrence of factors like globalization, trade liberalization, innovations, and development in the domain of technology and infrastructures, as well as the increasing convenience of domestic as well as international traveling in the present period. The domestic as well as international tourism dynamics faced by almost all types of countries can be seen in the increasing in the contemporary period. Tourism and culture have a long-standing mutually beneficial relationship. Travel is influenced by cultural locations, attractions, and events, and travel also generates culture. However, it was only the last few decades in that link between tourism and culture became more explicitly defined as a separate kind of travel. So the cultural tourism is now going at a rapid rate, I must say, especially in poorer nations like who are just growing, developing countries. As people become more aware of the rich global culture, many towns, on the other hand, have challenges in promoting tourist products and services while preserving natural or their cultural assets. Producing a tourist-friendly look or facilities and facilities risk, and then establishing a manufactured traditional appearance. But it may be difficult to fossilize heritage towns. So, and one more thing, that according to World Tourism Organization, cultural vacation will become one of the 5 core travel and tourism industry areas in the long term. And the sector will provide growing difficulties in terms of regular travel volume and historical landmarks as well. So this was the main introduction ideas for my research, and now we'll move on to my questions. So the research questions are, the first one is, what distinguishes the traditional influences of the 2 countries in a question? And the second is, what are the links and variations between Malaysia and Singapore's cultural influences on their tourist trends? And the third one is, how will the variation in question will be contrasted and compared? So we'll mmove on with another thing, the research methodology I use in research. So In the presented research study, I mainly focus on the secondary sources of the information, which include the authentic, reputable, and scholarly resources such as the literary works or publications and the articles, as well as various online library resources and records, which will aid in the catalog of very up-to-date and significant details and high quality and cost directions as well. So the data was trustworthy, adaptable, genuine literature, and academic resources. So nevertheless, the research will make sure that the source of data for the questions are properly referenced as well. Thank you, and move on to findings. So my main findings was culture and tourism of Malaysia, culture and tourism of Singapore, and the third one will be contrast relation between Malaysia and Singapore's cultures on tourism. So Malaysia, I'll give you a central idea. Malaysia is having a coast and island with rich marine life and coral reef as coast ecosystems are important tourism assets, and there are beach destinations of assorted size and type. Rural tourism occurs away from the coast, and former hill stations are popular venues, maintain and reinforce landscapes, supporting the variety of flora and fauna and outdoor pursuits. Also core attractions and enable practices and ecotourism in its many guises. Culture and heritage of multiple city types, especially certain expressions of ethnic differences, are another attribute and the tourist interest. More modern and purpose-built amenities, shopping malls, theme parks are unmistakable attractions, obviously. As a regular programs or sporting events, the Genting Highland and Inland Resorts that boasts the largest casino in the region and only one in Malaysia, despite the fact that gambling is prohibited by Islam and Malaysia is Islamic country. But still, the Kuala Lumpur is associated with the shopping, entertainment, and cultural pursuits. And Malaysia has a variety of cultural tourist attractions. The nation offers a rich experience for performing art, handicraft, and historical and archaeological monuments. Culture and heritage have been considered in Malaysia as emerging specialty items that would gradually make the growth in tourism. The remarkable Malaysia Truly Asia commercial campaign by the both nation advertising arm, Tourism Malaysia, amplifies the country's cultural diversity. Malaysia possesses of hosting a diverse range of Asian ethnic groups, transforming it into mini Asia. We move on to the second finding of me, which is culture and tourism of Singapore.
Do you mind if I ask you to put on your camera at this point, and then you continue, please?
Yeah, sure. It's like I won't be able because I'm on neck. So if I'm sharing my screen, then
you can continue.
No, it's like
you can continue. Don't worry about the camera.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So continue.
So, so the culture and tourism of Singapore. Traditional culture and tourism in a new Asian Singapore and by the world view. I'm sorry. Okay. So the traditional culture and worldwide tourism collide in the new Asia Singapore is evolving, having a significant implications for the country's urban and cultural growth. Well, look at the two places where culture and tourism intersect. So they include the tactics used, refashion the local culture and landscape, how Singapore's culture takes a new pace, and they face some difficulties as well in the tourism in the 21st century. Finally, they'll come up with something new that they will say cultural commercialization. As a part of New Asia, Singapore's culture defined with the certain flexibility, and we find the limitations of time past, present, and future can be straightforwardly served as a foraging ground for the cultural reaches and must say transversing space. So the conventional tourism resources were not abandoned in the Singapore, but there have been persisted efforts in its attraction bases. And the Sentosa is an offshore island which was situated in Singapore, as well as the zoo, night safari, botanical gardens. So the coastline and Republic's multiculturalism and the East and West, old and new, and all things were showcased in the tourism of Singapore with its heritage, obviously, as well. So opportunities for fun in shopping malls or primary retail stores, and we just say Orchid Road, as personally visited those places. So yeah, night clubbing, Riverside, and some Michelin festivals and events as well. And there was culture and tourism for Singapore. And now we'll look forward with the contrast relation between Malaysia and Singapore. Malaysia and Singapore shares a close and actually uneasy relationship in which they are bound with social, economic, political, and historical ties. They are also connected physically by their borders, by the causeway, bridges, and roads. So with the constant flow of people and traffic crossing the borders for pleasure and business purposes, however, both nations exhibit marked differences in many respects, like including geography, governance, stage of development, and many things. It's difficult to point out the tourist choice for cultural side, since like opinion was like not genuine as a historical destinations differs. But still, to conclude, this genuineness must be measured on the basis of which story the landscape is provided, and how the and the honest count of indigenous customers true living in the must include preservation problems and economic prospectus, making it all the needed by story of individual engaged, know on the story of enterprise and the enabled tourism sector festivals. So it just could be rebuilt and operate a level of formed honesty and lifestyle are more difficult to demonstrate. So yeah, it's like totally different in the both ways. So there was it for me, and thank you so much for listening to me. We'll have a question if you have any.
Thank you. Please, if anybody has a question, please ask. Devera, you may want to share your screen. Anybody has a question for Devera, please ask.
Okay, sorry. I'll just continue sharing my screen.
Or you turn on your camera at this point. Either is fine. Can I ask, were you reading?
No, I was just actually, I was just prepared these things for a long time, and I was like, okay, now I can.
Sorry?
No, I was reading the slides. I was reading the slides for that. Like I created things from the slides. So
were you reading from written document? Because I did as such.
It was like just what the point was in a slide. So I just explained those things. And I was like tourism and things for like my.
Can you share your screen? Can you share your slides with me, please?
Yeah, it's just.
Next slide. Can you go to the next slide, please? I want a bit about your research questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what distinguishes traditional influences of the two countries in question? On what?
Sorry?
What were you trying to achieve with the first question?
The traditional influences of the tourism on tourism and the culture on impact on tourism, or cultural impact on their tourisms.
I'm talking about your first question.
Yeah.
Yeah, what were you trying to achieve with the first question?
Their impact of their cultural impact on their tourism.
Okay, how is that different from your second question? Are you getting a translator? It looks like someone is translating in the background.
No. They were my friends just having their lunch. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. In the
no.
the area was nearby. I'm sorry.
No, what's the difference between the first and second question then?
So the first question was telling that traditional influences, and the second was telling the cultural influences.
So how do you define tradition and culture? Do you see any differences?
Yeah, but I am really confused to state that, how to do that.
I am confused. That's why I'm asking you, the researcher, who is the expert.
No, I was looking for examples that how will I just explain it to you? Like,
yeah, so I just want to know the differences between the two questions. So how did you answer them in terms of the data you've collected? What's the question to the first? What's the answer to the first question?
it was mixed up with in the country, like country wise. I just describe it. So
the data you collected, did they help you answer these questions? Do you have an answer to question A, B, and C?
Yeah.
So can you use those answers to differentiate between traditional influences of Malaysia and Singapore and the cultural influences of Malaysia and Singapore on their tourism trends? Okay, so let's go on to other questions. I think if that's going to take too long. So what's your methodology? Let's go to your methodology.
It's a secondary research.
Yeah. Do you have a slide on your methodology?
Yes.
What particular approach did you use for your secondary data collection?
I used Google Scholar and some Scholar articles.
Did you follow any particular model?
Not particular model, but yeah, we could say mixed method.
What mixed method?
Yeah.
What mixed method did you use?
Qualitative and quantitative.
How do you use quantitative for secondary data collection?
Okay, no, not this one. I'm sorry. So I use this qualitative.
It's your research. You know,
I was confused because I did two. I did two researches. I'm sorry.
When you listen to the recordings, right? When you listen to the recordings, listen to the answers by different, it was the same pattern. Is your research?
Yeah, I was like totally confused with those traditional things. So I was like, okay, no, it was just
what methodology have you used for this particular work you are presenting?
That was just qualitative. Secondary, yeah.
Secondary, which model did you follow? How do you ensure that the data you were collecting, you were looking at the right? Did you look at any literature review? Did you see what approach they use for their literature review?
Yeah.
So what was your selection criteria for the literature?
I used Google Scholar, and then I used scholarly articles. I used some say some vlogs for that, but I haven't do anything from that.
What kind of
my personal? I personally visited the place as well, so my personal. I shared my personal opinion as well.
No, what kind of framework did you follow for your data collection or analysis? Did you follow any framework for your data analysis? Did you follow any particular model for your analysis or anything?
Just the qualitative, I was saying.
How did you do your qualitative data analysis? I just want to know. That's a broad term, right? And we are looking at your research. So how did you do your qualitative Right. Use any tool? Did you use any framework? Did you use any model?
I just collected from these resources.
So after you got your literature, how did you analyze the literature?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, I'm going to read your own work, and it's in front of the screen, so we see, right? For data analysis and extraction of findings for the involved research project, that's very broad. Involved research project is just a bit, there's a reason why I'm picking on this particular part, okay? Because we've had a conversation.
Yeah, it's a thematic analytic framework.
No, that's the next word I'm about to read to you. So a thematic analytical framework was used and the themes, okay, so I go to the next one. For data analysis, extraction of findings for the involved research, a thematical analysis. So it flows, it's there, it's written. So I'm wondering why the written work does not coincide with what the researcher is saying about their own research. But thank you very much for at least taking over to present.
Yeah.
So hopefully Cynthia can present now as well.
Thank you.
If she's still online and can. Cynthia, do you want to present now?
Yes, sir. His screen is still showing.
It's gone.
Okay, can you see my screen?
It's there now, yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Cynthia. I'm here to present a research topic on material management in rural construction projects in Nigeria, a case study in Ogu. Ogu is a rural community in Nigeria. Then my second slide is the research question. Now, in the research question, the main question of this research is, what are the challenges in material management in rural construction projects? This is the major reason why this research was done. Then the sub-questions are, how can material management challenges be handled in rural area? Then the second sub-question is, why should rural construction projects be acknowledged? Then the third slide is the literature review. In my literature review, it says material coordination and some other sources has been registered by so many authors. Thomas et al., Nepal et al., Lu et al., 2007, demonstrating that successful coordination of different resources is necessary to control waste from taking place in the industry. Now, this particular point is trying to explain why material coordination is important to avoid waste. Then the next point says that was referenced by Faniran et al. In 1994. He studied that inadequate planning is one of the difficulties for construction. Elements such as being in charge of time, close friendship among workers, spending time for planning before starting a job, construction method control can enhance construction planning. This will assist in minimizing lack of management. Then from this research, many research is focused on urban construction. So it was only few that wrote about rural construction projects. And then this research aims at addressing the study gap on the challenges of material management in rural construction projects. Then from my data collection, I used a qualitative method. and one rural site was chosen, which is the rural community in the eastern part of Nigeria. Then an online open-ended Zoom interview was done with the 5 on-site professionals working in that rural area. Then in my findings, I discovered that material management is the major reason behind every successful construction project. And this research also proved that the challenges that they face in that community is entry to site location as a result of bad roads, damaged by erosion. The roads are really very bad that sometimes the materials tend to get damaged before it gets to the construction site. Then they have inadequate storage inadequate storage facility. So as a result of that, they have poor storage because the rural area is not developed, it's a remote area. Then they have challenges like animal infestation. Now, most times, animals tend to attack the wooden materials used for construction. Then the 6th slide is my reference. Then the last slide is my recommendation. Now, from my recommendation, from my findings, this research will give ideas to contractors, the government, and project management professionals. So they will understand, they will know what is actually happening in some rural communities, they will know the reason why there is construction delays in some rural communities. And then secondly, the government should provide basic amenities for such rural communities. Just for example, good roads, electricity, because these are part of the challenges that was observed by the on-site professionals working in that area. And then secondly, more research should be done in different rural areas to curb these challenges. Now, this particular research is limited. It cannot be generalized to other rural areas because some other rural areas, they have good road accessibility, they have electricity, they have storage facilities. So those ones too might be facing other challenges apart from these ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there any question for Cynthia? Cynthia, can you summarize your research for me? So what's the key research question? What approach have you used to collect the data? What was your findings in 1 or 2 sentences?
Okay, my key research question is the challenges in material management in rural construction projects. Now, my research approach was I did an online Zoom, open-ended Zoom interview with the 5 on-site professionals working in that particular rural area that I used as a case study.
What kind of profession are they into?
Sorry?
What kind of profession did you say?
Okay, they are project management professionals.
For construction?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your main findings?
Okay, my main findings was the bad road accessibility, because majority of them complained about the bad roads, the damaged roads, that most times the trucks tends to have accidents and then materials get damaged before they get to the construction site.
Right, and that's it?
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with managing materials on the site. It's just basically getting materials there.
No, it does. That's why the topic is material management. Like, for example, the definition of material management is the planning, procuring, controlling of materials in the appropriate quantity and at the right time, and delivering the materials also at the right time. So it's part of it. It's more of material management. That's managing of materials used for construction.
Well, so here's my question. What literature supports your findings?
Okay, like I said, there's a study gap in this research. So most researchers focused more on construction challenges of material management on the urban construction projects. So a very few research was done for the rural areas. So
what does your findings in the rural areas relate to? How do they relate to each other? How does your findings relate to that of the urban areas in Nigeria?
Okay. In some urban areas, they also have inadequate storage. Sorry?
About being specific to some literature, not intuitive answer. Did you reflect back to literature after you did your analysis?
Yes, sir.
So how do they really relate to each other? Do you have some publications that are quite similar, and how your findings relate to this work?
Yes.
Can you tell us an example?
Oh, I have to go to my research work because from some of the literature reviews, I found out that some urban areas also had issues of storage. So,
what kind of questions did you ask at the interview?
Okay, like their major challenges, like the major challenges they have on that site, on that particular rural construction site.
So it's one construction site.
Yes, that was what I used.
In which village?
In a village called Ogo. It's a rural community in the eastern part of Nigeria.
It's pretty much the same construction site, not several rural.
No. I just did on one construction site.
So pretty much one interview would have done the work, isn't it?
Yes.
So regardless of the 5 interviews, they will pretty much tell you exactly the same thing, because it's the same road leading to the construction site.
So I can't really hear you.
Okay, don't worry about it. Thank you very much for your presentation. I mean, the question will come up again in the recording, so you can catch up on it as well, if that's helpful. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Next presenter, anyone who wants to go next can take over. Let me know when you take over. Cynthia, you may want to stop recording.
Okay.
Or sharing your screen. Hello. You code or nice bucket.
Just to present.
Oh, just to present. Oh, very fashionable. The floor is yours.
Okay.
So Esther is presenting now.
Sanjana, you can go because it's not my laptop. I'm finding it hard to share my screen.
Okay.
Hello, and there was a smile. Oh, there you go. Okay, the floor is yours, Sanjana. Good to see your face.
Yes, sir. Finally in UK.
Welcome to the UK.
Yes. you. So you can see my screen.
Oh, yes.
Good afternoon, one will present here. My topic is mental stability of university students in the United Kingdom after the pandemic. So introduction. As we all know that mental normality has caused an enormous transformation after the pandemic due to a variety of reasons. For instance, due to online teaching, due to hardships in cope up with the studies. After the quarantine period, many of them has faced the psychological well-being has been disturbed. But now we, due to this, the main reason of this study is we need to find that the mental normality is same as it was at the time of the coronavirus period, or it has been changed. So the main cause of this study, this will determine the psychological state that has been impaired post-pandemic, or it's still the same as it was during the crisis. So main research question here is, what is the severity of students affected by anxiety or depression? What are the factors affecting the state of mind in adults after pandemic? And objective is to evaluate the severity of anxiety and depression. Procedure, a consent form will be given to them. So the chart has been prepared depending on the scale. So first is patient health questionnaire scale, then brief resilience scale. It will be depicting the depression value, and then COVID-19 related questions and ability to bounce back. So my statistics and findings said that my population was 50% male and 50% female, out of which I've got the data that 57% of them has little interest in doing things. Means their mental normality has been disturbed. And apart from this, the data for depression is 35%. They felt depressed and hopeless. Apart from it, 57% were normal, like they didn't feel at all. And 28% have disturbed in their sleep. 57.1% showed feeling of tiredness and lethargy as well. 42% showed that they don't have control on their mind, as they were disturbed by the internet and the sources which were coming that this virus will be affecting in future as well. So this had disturbed their normality as well. 50% showed worrying about things, and 71% showed that they didn't have trouble relaxing. Apart from this, only 21% felt that they have trouble relaxing in their days. So these all results showed that most of the data showed that 57% of data from my survey that students have less gratification and feeling of loneliness, whereas more than it showed the feeling of depressive symptoms, anxiety. Around 50 to 60% had no problem with feeling like bad or trouble in concentrating in their studies, but 42% showed feeling of nervousness, anxious, and stopped worrying about the future things. So 40% of population showed tendency to bounce back from their stressful events. These are my references.
Okay, so next one is Edward C.
Thanks, Sanjana. I believe that's sort of the cue for the end of the presentation. Is that correct?
Sorry, what?
Is that a cue for the end of the presentation? Is that correct? Okay. Does anybody have a question for Sanjana?
I didn't see you.
I think Mita.
Mita, we can hear your conversation.
Actually, she forgot to mute.
Does anyone have a question for Sanjana?
Right. No one.
What was your sample size?
I have decreased the sample size. It was 15 of them, like in our university students.
That's which university?
University of Northampton.
Was it your friends at the college?
Yeah.
Was it your friends at the college who responded?
Yeah, like our classmates only, they did. Okay. I've shared the Google form on the group and they filled it.
So you didn't share it anywhere else? You just acted?
No.
Can we go all the way back to your first slide, please? Can we go to your first slide?
Yeah, just a second.
No, get very first one. I want to see your topic. So as far as the research question is concerned, or actually your topic, what can you tell me about the mental stability of your classmates after coronavirus outbreak? Did you tell them that it's going to be anonymous?
Yeah, no, I didn't tell them that it was going to be.
Okay, well, at least now I know.
I can see their answers.
Yeah, I know who did the research. Sorry, let's just be a bit more general. So what can you tell me? What's your concluding statement? Just one statement to relate to this.
See, according to me, there are a variety of people in this country. So few of them have not been, cope up after the pandemic as well. Their mental normality has been disturbed. Like I have researched this. So it had showed me that around 50 to 60% have been to like normal, stable life. But apart from it, 40% are there who are still worried about like, again, this will come and how we'll do this regarding their financial and studies, especially the international students.
Yeah, I think you may want to. Well, the work has been submitted. It will be interesting. You may want to restrict it to Northampton International College students, because we're talking about different type of students, people who have traveled recently, and other factors may be contributing to the mental health as well, because they have experience. Some of them may have experienced isolation or not due to traveling recently. So all those things, I mean, there are so many variables and factors here. But anyway, thanks for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to UK.
Yes, thank you.
Good. So go to the next person. Was it Esther who wanted to present? Is Esther still with us? Somebody scared Esther away. Is there anyone else who want to present?
Can I, sir? Krishna?
Yes. Krishna, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm sharing my screen now. Hello everyone, good afternoon. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see it. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm Krishna Chalodia, and hello.
Krishna, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, I'm just stop my screen. I'm sorry. Yes. So my point is, my topic is obesity in postmenopausal women in the United States. So in all over the world, obesity is the most common disease in whole woman, and after menopause, it is a most common disease in every woman. So I will presenting this now. So this will be clinical update series is calculated to control busy practitioner who learned about important and probably practice altering publication, and publisher who and themes related to women's health. So I will explain to how what is the obesity. So obesity is a and associated morbidities are on the rise around the world, so making it is a high priority health issue for medical professionals. So it is a fat accumulation after menopause. It is furthermore the pathogenesis and treatment of obesity and visceral fat accumulation in women differs significantly from that of men. So it is a high ratio about the as compared to the man, so it is common. It is crucial to examine the impact of female specific factors including reproductive stage and pregnancy. So these are the keywords of main points in my research, that obesity, menopause and pregnancy. So, introduction. Obesity has caused enormous effect on postmenopausal women in United Kingdom or United States, according to the research. So, it can increase the risk of breast cancer, and also characteristics linked to that. It's characterized stages of disease, including its diagnosis and importance of hormone therapy, or whether postmenopausal hormone therapy will be used to modified the woman who have obesity as well as the breast cancer. So I think after obesity there are the most of the disease are will be accepting all women, like the cardiac disease, neural disease, and as well as the cancer disease like hypertension, sugar, insulin, hyperglycemia, all over that. In addition to the etiology and like causes and control of malnutrition and internal adipose tissue deposition in females. So as I said you before this topic, like obesity is the fat accumulation in this females in obesity, like in that adipose tissue will be accumulation deposition in females, like most of the females will fat deposition in abdomen area, so it is most common. And additionally, postpartum aggressive breast cancer is much more likely in women with a regular body mass index. So it is a measurement with BMI, like it is a body mass index which is measurable by the height and waist ratio. So this is my aims, like to find the factors associated with being overweight and the risk factor for postmenopausal women. And my objective is like the to evaluate the severity of obesity in women after menopause. My research question are, what was the first, my primary research is what was the obesity rate in postmenopausal women in the United States according to the core study question. Like research question, as well as I included following, like what are the factors affecting postmenopausal women from obesity, and another one is like what will be the extent of obesity in postmenopausal women. So there are different types of method we can use in this method, but um, I used secondary data, and which was like uh, uh, secondary data, and it is a qualitative data which I used from the past research. So the preparation for the implementation were measurable because of research generation time is too short, and 10 respondents were recruited in statistical information. So connected open-ended Zoom surveys was done, and numerous data collection procedures were used. Collected sources and surveys will be used to complete the data, and in that year ages will be like 45 to 65 years year old woman who is included in this cross sectional community based study. So in this methodology procedure will be like that procedure will be like that sample size was calculated to ensure that it was representative of the entire community. Like two types of dividation part are there, like 45 to 55 years age group females, and another group like a 55 to 65 years group age, according to the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistic Institute, Brasileiro de Geográfica Estatística. So its demographic census in 2001 and projected population in 2020. So total number of participant size was 455, and which simple representative selection of the number of women who live in each of these towns. For this study, a weight circumference of 87 centimeter was deemed to identify whether or not there is a problem with adiposity. So literature review is done by the different types of references which authors used in different methods, like menstruation is connected with the weight increase and alteration in excess fat and divisions of body fat in women in 55 to 65 years age will include in study samples and anthropometric data including body mass index and waist circumference. So this is my result. You can see this chart in that all the results are including in that, like different types of age, like 45 to 65 years age woman, that year of schooling, different types of variable will be used in that, was used in that, like marital status, women were married or unmarried, skin color like white or non-white, social status. So it is also affecting in this obesity, and occupation, like she was in sedentary lifestyle, what type of occupation she was, she did that physical activity, like she did everyday, she doing everyday physical exercise or not, and smoker, like they were they did smoking or not. And in that like 58.7 standard, like I use these results from past research and its secondary data. So, significant connection between overweight and year of schooling, occupation, parity, hormone therapy was discovered in the univariate analysis, and prevalence of adiposity was connected, including both age and gender. So conclusion is that morbid obesity and abdominal bulk were approximated in the cosmopolitan community of Brazilian ladies, as well as the most regularity and a minimum of hormone replacement, as well as maturity of above 65 years. According to this study, to our knowledge, that's one of the social improvement projects that examine the factors connected to mask in post-menopausal women fairly. So this chain reaction could have a significant impact on women's health, because being overweight and having a large abdomen can contribute to the progression of chronic illness such as cardiovascular disease, as well as the increased rehabilitation cost. These are my references, which I include in only three references. So these all references are including, like I collected data from this research, and my recommendation is that in the future, researchers can practice and concentrate on larger sample size as well as the physiology underlying the study. So if physiological effect, it will be also means it will be also collecting our data to improve that, and it will give our proper suggestion for the obesity who are suffering, women who are suffering from the obesity and overweight, so which will improve the data and allow them to arrange healthcare properly. Thank you for listening to me. Any questions?
Thanks, Krishna. Any questions for Krishna? Any question for Krishna? So, Krishna, you've read 3 papers, right? And you've extracted their results to present. So if someone asked you the question that if they wanted to find out about obesity in postmenopausal women in the United States, and the person can read, and you point them to three different documents, these three documents, and the person reads your research paper, what kind of difference do you expect them to find? What would they learn differently?
What, sir?
If someone reads your report and the other person read these three papers by themselves, in terms of information and knowledge, what would they learn differently about your research topic?
I cannot understand your question, sir. Please, can you explain some?
What does your research contribute that is not already contributed in those other three papers?
I used past research, sir. Data
Yeah,
from
past
data
research is
collected
a
from
three
past
papers,
research.
right? That is the
Yes.
three papers.
No, sir. I used many references, but only I put here only 3 references like that.
How many papers did you review in total?
Um, that I seen in my main research, so
How many references did you use?
I think I used 5 to 6 references in that.
Yes, which is pretty much the same, isn't it? It's not that many. But thank you for your presentation. Those who struggled with submission, you may want to know that I have increased the submission deadline. So just by an hour or two. So if you want to submit your work, and this is definitely your final opportunity. So if you want to submit your work, you can go on to submit. Right. So who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Please go.
So I'm just going to share my screen now.
I'll mute myself, but go all the way, please.
Okay. Sorry. I'm getting this. Can I send to you, please? Because this is on my laptop. I'm finding it hard to share my screen on here. Is it okay if I send to you?
Yeah, if you just select the share screen button, it should come up.
Yeah,
with
that's
some-
what I did. And
Can
then
you
it's showing me when I selected share screen.
email it to me as soon as possible, please? Okay, whilst Esther goes on with that, does anybody else want to present? You've got Olamide and Essay. I think you are the only ones. Olamide, Ngozi, and Essay.
Olamide will be back. You want to get it charged?
All right.
I'll go after Tiki. I'm just trying to.
Who's Tiki?
I
know people by only one name.
Tiki, what's Tiki's name again?
Sorry, Tiki, we are figuring out.
Esther.
Esther. Sorry.
Esther is the email then.
She's working on it.
Who says she's working on it? Ngozi, do you want to go on? Is Esther with us?
I think you should send her your email. I think she doesn't have it.
Oh.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Do you want to talk to me?
Yeah, Zach told me that you were calling me.
Oh, yes. You want to present to the class now?
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Oh,
So, good afternoon, sir. My name is Anifo Shalamide. I'm here to present my topic, which is a qualitative study on the challenges faced in most Nigerian universities in incorporating ICT into their system. Firstly, I have two main research questions, which are what are the challenges faced by Nigerian universities and what are the benefits of applying ICT into the university system. Now, firstly, a university is the last stage of formal education that a person can complete in order to gain necessary skills, both physical and intellectual, in order to become self-sufficient and helpful members to the society. Next, ICT refers to all devices, networking components, application, and systems that facilitate interaction with the digital world. Then, when ICT is used in an educational system, educational setting is referred to as e-learning. And e-learning basically refers to the use of computer-based devices to facilitate long-distance learning, adequate information distribution, and also increases students, teacher engagement. Now, due to the fact that Nigeria is a developing country in regards to the use of ICT, many challenges have hindered the growth of ICT in Nigeria. The educational sector is also affected by these challenges, which has made it fall behind in comparison with other countries whom have already integrated ICT into that system. And this has also made a lot of individuals leave the country to seek better educations for themselves. Now, this study used a descriptive survey a descriptive survey was designed for the investigation of this study, and the population consisted of 4 universities, but the sample used for the data analysis was from 80 questionnaires which were collected, and the questionnaires were later analyzed. The response from the participants were then based on a Likert scale, which consisted of a 4-point scale, which were strongly agree, disagree, agree, and strongly agree. Now, the findings from the data analysis was that lack of proper investment towards ICT, illiteracy among teachers and students, unable power supply, and lack of adequate funds to purchase ICT devices were the major challenges most universities face in utilizing ICT into their systems. So this is my reference, and thank you, that's all. Will you hear me?
yes, we did hear you, Olamide. Thank you very much for your presentation. Does anybody have a question for Olamide? Olamide, can you summarize your research to us in 2 sentences?
2 sentences. Yeah, the research was basically just to find out why ICT isn't fully utilized in Nigerian universities and to find out the challenges hindering the growth of ICT there.
And what was your methodology and what was your findings?
I used a qualitative method for this, and I sent questions.
Go on.
Yeah?
Yeah, please go
I
on.
sent questionnaires to people from both private and public universities to get my data.
Yeah. So what was the sample size?
The sample size initially was meant to be above 100, but the response I got was 80, so that's what I used.
How do you know whether the sample size you used is significant or not? Why are you laughing? Who is laughing? Is that you or Zach?
Me.
Okay, we can move on. Thank you very much for your presentation. I believe I have received an email, so I'm going to search for the email to see if I did receive it. Esther, I received your email, so.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Just bear with me. Give me 1 second. Hello.
Hi.
Oh, good. Let's do the presentation now. With the fashionable jacket. Do I have to put it into presentation mode?
Doesn't have to be. I just need to see.
Wait, let me find an opportunity to show off your slides.
Okay.
Next time I should say 5 minutes straight. I will end the presentation as soon as 5 minutes is over. I'm not doing that to you. Hopefully you can see the screen.
Yes, I can. Hi, everyone. My name is Esther Olaitmo Alabi, and my topic of presentation is the effect of coronavirus on hospitality industry in hotel sector in the UK. Next slide, please.
It's all bouncing around. Okay, there we are.
Okay, this slide focuses on the research gap and the importance of the research. The studies Kare Soriano and Poroda wrote in 2021. It focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on tourism industry, and Scarpelli conducted a research focused on the effect of the pandemic on bars. This research focuses precisely on the managers in the hotel industry and or the hospitality industry in the UK. In addition, several studies were conducted on the impact of coronavirus on the hospitality sector in the UK, but there are several limitations attached to those who were listed above, and none of those researches is directed towards the effect of coronavirus on the hotel and hospitality industry in general. Next slide, please.
Sorry, you are making me laugh, not me.
Sorry,
It's quiet.
because there's too much drama.
More?
Yeah,
Oh,
there's
sorry.
2 other research questions. Okay, in this slide, I'm going to present the research questions related to the effects of coronavirus on the hospitality industry in hotel sector in the UK. Research question 1 is linked with the impact of coronavirus on the hospitality industry in hotel sector in the UK. And similarly, the research question 2 is related to the challenges faced by the managers working in the hotel sector in UK during the pandemic. Last but not the least, research question 3 is related to the recommendations considering different measures that can be implemented to combat the effect of coronavirus in the hospitality sector, in the hotel sector in the UK. These research questions are basically designed to identify the fundamental elements that are related to my research. Next slide. This slide is my methodology, and it discusses the method I was adopted to conduct my research. The research adopted the research onion model, which is a research framework proposed by Saunders in 2015. The research paradigm chosen is
Sorry,
epistemology.
let me do something, okay? I think this will help. Are we on this one? I think this will help.
Yeah, methodology, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. The research has also chosen epistemology as its research paradigm, as it supports the collection of data by research participants. The study also implemented the explanatory research design to understand the data. Moreover, this research has taken in place quantitative method of data collection to collect my data, so as to focus on the main participants as they form the reliability and validity of the data collected. So this slide, my findings presents my key findings. The results suggest that the spread of coronavirus pandemic has dramatically impacted the hospitality industry in the UK. It showed a great impact and economic downturn in job shifts and professional change noticed during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ivan and Dogu stated that due to COVID restrictions, the whole hospitality industry suffered an economic depression, which is also relatable to the findings of my study. And the results also presented that more respondents agreed to observe individuals in the hospitality industry change. They change their jobs and professions, which is noticed mainly to survive in time of the crisis. These are some of my authentic references that I used for my research. Okay, so this slide has presented research limitations and analysis of data. Some limitations were observed during my research, and one of which was the issues I had because I used closed-ended questionnaires. It limited the responses of the participants, because if they had done interview, I would have gotten more responses from them. And then the COVID-19 restrictions on social gathering also limited interviews. That's why online survey questionnaires was used. And the analysis, the research was conducted using a quantitative questionnaire based on the research strategy. And I used SPSS in calculating my data, and so as to get good information, so as to get good results and confirm the validity of my tables and graphs and results, basically. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any question for Esther? Any question? You just mentioned SPSS, but I don't see any data analysis there, so I was wondering.
Is in my research dissertation.
Oh, results, findings, always the most important part of your research. That's what you set out to achieve. So definitely, wherever you present your work, people would want to see. It's funny that you said too much drama going on. It's your own presentation. But definitely, we want to see results all the time. So any presentation, you want to take your results with you, unless you're not fully confident in the research that you have done or the results that you have. So what then did you find out from your actual SPSS data?
Okay, so I found out that just like I said here, a lot of people changed jobs from their responses. A lot of people changed jobs, and because of the impact of the COVID-19.
What was your actual sample size?
My actual sample size was, I think, 200. Yeah, that was why I said in my limitation that I listed tourism, bars, but then I couldn't get responses from those people. So I had to narrow it down to hotel industry, where I got my response, and I got 200 respondents to give me response. Yeah.
Okay, so what kind of analysis did you do with SPSS?
I did I did my reliability check.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at just the way you said it, okay? But it's not, I'm not laughing at you, but yeah.
Okay.
Laughing.
I did descriptive analysis, actually, using.
What did you, okay, so you basically just, how did you use SPSS to do descriptive analysis?
Okay, I used the ANOVA, then the Crochan.
Why did you go for those ones? What were you trying to find out? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Okay, because I was trying to.
What's the role of SPSS in your research?
To get the validity of the response.
Okay, so what does your data analysis tell you? What is valid, what is not valid in terms of the responses you received?
I got that about 20, is it 22%? 2.2% people. I found out that in the end, my findings gave me that more people dropped out from jobs because of the impact of COVID-19. And about, from my calculation, 200 people gave me response. 26% of them had issues with job, and like 100% of them, let me say 100% of them had issues with job. 100 people, not 100%, sorry. I'm actually.
Right. Thanks for your presentation and for answering the questions as well. It would have been really helpful to see your actual results as well. So please bear that in mind for future presentations. You know, you set out to do something, so you want to tell your mission and everything, and then at the end of the day, you want to show them what you found out, and then you want to tell them what you found out from what you found out. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much. But at least through your answers, I've also got to know a bit more about some of the findings as well. Great.
Okay, but do I need to add that to my slides before submission?
No, if it's in your report, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
If you get a conference paper accepted and you are going to present it, then definitely you know what to do.
Okay.
What am I talking about? Okay, it will become clear at some point. Right. Thank you. So next person. I've got two people who haven't presented, Ngozi and Esther. Any of you want to present today, or you're happy for me to bring the session to a close?
Today is I would like to present now.
Ngozi is waiting. Ngozi, go on. Sorry, Adobe is waiting. I'll say.
Oh no, I said I'm happy to present.
Oh yes, I'm waiting for you.
I'm waiting for the the
I
screen.
forgot. It's the day that I've not been sharing my screen, so I even forgot that I was sharing my screen. I do apologize. The floor is yours.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find. Okay.
It's a bad hair day for me, but I'm keeping it.
I'm not sure where. So please, can I send my slides to you
No,
too? Because
the bottom of the, you see at the bottom, you see share screen.
yes. Okay.
And you can share your slides.
But it's not coming up in the options.
Okay, Mary.
Wait, let me try to. It's not coming up.
Email me. You want us to go first?
I'm so sorry.
No, why? It's okay. They are very patient. They are waiting.
Why?
Right, Essay, the floor is yours.
All right. I'll be presenting on the topic, how can healthcare aid improve in rural communities in Nigeria? From the pictures on my slides, you can have an ideology of how the rural communities are in Nigeria. And the next picture, you can see a young boy drinking water. You might think, how is this related to your topic? But this picture is just a perfect example of showing how healthcare aid can be delivered in these rural communities and diseases are averted. Nigerian healthcare system has suffered a lot of deadly outbreaks year after year, such as malaria, common malaria, typhoid, cholera, and the list goes on. And the community that suffers the most in Nigeria are the rural communities. I mean, from this picture, you can have an ideology what their source of water can be. These people probably go to rivers to fetch water and don't have the proper, proper method to making the water, or lack of proper words to use, edible. And if boreholes like these are being put in place, I mean, diseases such as cholera or typhoid can be averted. Now, my questions to my research are, how can healthcare aid be improved in the rural communities in Nigeria? And what other measures that can be implemented to have better healthcare in the rural communities in Nigeria? A lot of implementation have been put in place in the past for a better healthcare system in Nigeria, but for lack of better term to put this, the greed of Nigerian government has overpowered them, and they have shifted their focus instead on the challenges of the Nigerian healthcare system. They've shifted their focus to less trivial issues. The major challenges faced in these rural communities are infrastructure and poverty. The rationale behind this research, in this picture right here, you have an ideology or an idea of how the medical healthcare system is in the rural communities in Nigeria. Now, even with trained nurses or practitioners, these medical centers lack essential facilities or drugs put in place. I mean, a well-trained health workforce is critical to the success of any healthcare system. So even with that put in place, insufficient trained authorities or proper good road network that's on equal geographic distribution and essential drugs can just make a healthcare system bad, no matter the implementation put in place to make it good. So the methods used for this research, I used the qualitative method and a secondary data because of the limitation to the location of study, because of the limitation to the location of my study, which is the geographic. I couldn't, because of lack of good roads and where I am at the moment, I can't commute to these places to meet these people and get gathered data collection in the primary data way, like questionnaires, distribute questionnaires and all of that, because these people don't even have network calls. These people don't even have phones, not to call, talk of data or and it was easy for me to use. I used a systematic and thematic analysis with this data collection. And this method was easy for me because it was economical and it was quickly available because other research has been done. Despite the fact that other research has been done on this topic, it was relative. I didn't have, my findings were inconclusive. My findings were inconclusive because most of the research articles I used were related to my topic, but had different case studies. And despite being from credible sources as well, it was still a house. The limitations to this study, I was talking about bad road network. We can have an ideology of, this is the way they commute. And in these rural communities, these people, their major source of livelihood are basic agriculture. So they farm, they fish, and the list etc. So accidents are bound to happen, right? Like they fall from trees, cut themselves, and snake bites or what have you, or drown. So trying to commute to the nearest healthcare center can be a hassle for them. The nearest healthcare center is like kilometers away, and trying to commute to these places is very difficult. If the right first aid measure is not put in place, the person might die before getting to the next healthcare facility. And on getting there, when they get to these healthcare centers, they find out that, there's no medicated spirit, or something as simple as painkillers is expired, or they lack bandages, or the list goes on. So the limitations to this study was I was limited to research. I was limited to data collection because I was not able to commit to my study location for this research. I don't know if it makes sense. Another findings was a lot of, like I said earlier, a lot of implementations have been put in place, like to help the healthcare system in Nigeria. Just before the independence, there was a 10-year development plan aimed at improving the healthcare delivery in Nigeria, but it was I won't say an epic fail, but there was little or more impact. And in 2005, the Nigerian Health Insurance Scheme, the NHIS, was introduced as well to help civil servants or the average head to subsidize and healthcare payments, and also get the same healthcare delivery needed, but at a subsidized amount. And that was, I don't know, I think still an epic fail. So these are my references. Thank you. I wanted to say more, but thank you so much. Did anybody hear me?
Thank you so much, SA. And yes, you're more than welcome to say more if you have more to say.
No, I pause here. Thank you.
All right. Does anybody have any question for SA?
No, don't have.
SA said, please ask her questions if you've got questions for her.
I said, please don't have questions.
Few more seconds for people who are left in the class if they want to ask questions. Okay, right. So can you summarize your research to me, especially with emphasis on the methodology you used and your main findings?
Yes, I can. I can't. Sorry, yes, I can, but I'm still shaky.
So it's okay. What's the research about?
My research is about improving healthcare aids in rural communities in Nigeria.
So with that in mind, what methodology did you use?
I used a qualitative method using a secondary data and a systematic and thematic analysis.
So you did systematic analysis of literature?
Yes, I did.
Okay. About how many references did you use?
I mean, there were a lot of credible sources online from Google Scholar and the likes, but only 3 was closely relative to what I wanted in my research paper.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Ese.
God bless.
Thank you. Ngozi. Ngozi, I hope you're ready. So
do you have the slides now?
Do you see your slides now?
No, I don't.
Are you sure? Does anybody see Ngozi's
Okay,
slide?
okay, I can see it now. Okay.
All right.
Ooh.
So do I just scroll through or do you want it in presentation mode?
Sorry, what does that mean?
Do you want to see the slideshow?
Yes, I want to see it. What is presentation mode?
Let's go with this.
Okay. Okay, so is it going to like
When
move?
you say next, I'll go next.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and I'm really sorry for all the back and forth and delays. My name is Chukuma Ngozika Dama, and I'm going to be speaking on my mini dissertation topic, which says knowledge, perceptions, and practice of university students
Let's pause.
in the United.
Ngozi, my assignment is not a mini dissertation, so in case it's the wrong slide, you may.
Oh, sorry.
So mine is a research paper. So I'm just pausing just in case it's the wrong slide. Otherwise, you can cut. Okay. You can start.
My name is Chukuma.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Chukuma Ngozika Adama, and I'm here to present my research paper, which is on the topic knowledge, perceptions, and practice of university students in the United Kingdom towards COVID-19 post-lockdown era. Now, we are all well aware of the impact that COVID has had in the world, especially in the education sector, experiencing a long period of time where students had to stay off school as a result of the total lockdown. Thankfully, we have come out of that phase and we're now slowly getting back to normal with face-to-face classes going on, as well as a lot of preventive guidelines being put in place to ensure that students are learning in a safe environment. But we still see that the COVID cases in the United Kingdom continue to rise. Sorry, next slide, please. I can't see the next slide.
I'm on the introduction and rationale. Do you want me to go to the next one?
Okay, that's why it just popped up. I think my network is bad. Apologies. So despite all of these measures that have been put in place, for the first time, a virus outbreak got a vaccine in very record time, to try and curb the spread, yet it still feels like the cases continue to increase. In the course of this research, I saw a lot of literature that spoke about the perceptions and knowledge of the general population towards COVID. And there was also research done on perceptions of health workers and students from other schools in other countries, which I shared in my literature review in my main work, but not a lot of literature existed on the perceptions and knowledge of students in the UK, especially university students post-COVID era. And according to Salvadora and Loriola, people's perceptions of risk was strongly linked to their preventive efforts against COVID-19 during the lockdown era. Therefore, it was important for me to embark on this research to see how people what people are doing and what people are practicing what people know and how people are taking the preventive measures that have been put in place post-COVID era. Next slide, please. Sorry, I think it takes a bit of time to pop. So is it on the next slide? Okay. My key research questions for this study include: what is the knowledge of university students in the UK about COVID-19? How well do they know about the concept, and how good is their knowledge of COVID-19? My second research question was: what are the preventive and detrimental practices that students engage in as regards COVID-19? And the third question was: what are the attitudes of university students towards the preventive guidelines that have been put in place to safeguard people and reduce the spread of COVID-19? Methodology. I think I'm going to. The methodology that was used for this research is a qualitative research method, and I chose this methodology because it resonated with my paradigm. I believe that there are multiple realities, multiple truths, and for you to be able to gain adequate insight on a topic that has to do with experiences and perceptions, you need to get in, into the research and find out what the people are saying, as opposed to conducting a quantitative research. This was also the first time conducting a qualitative research. So this was a good experience. I really wanted to embark on this methodology. Also, this study made use of primary data. I created a questionnaire on Google Forms and shared out to people. I made use of a snowballing method. So I told one person and asked them to help me recruit other people for the research. And I was able to get 19 people to respond because my research was supposed to cover the UK. So I tried to get in as much universities as possible. I wasn't able to get a lot, but I got responses from students in Birmingham City University, Coventry, Nottingham Trent, Swansea, University of Northampton, and University of Hertfordshire, and I also think University of Manchester. After I collated the data from the questionnaire, I also tried to do 2 interviews One was online and one was in person. That was how I collected the data for this study. My key findings includes, so in the questionnaire that was shared, some of the questions were close-ended, and those questions that were close-ended were trying to answer the knowledge aspect of my research questions. So trying to find out how well people know about COVID. I asked close-ended questions that required answers like true or false, or I do not know. And those results came in having about 80%, a high percentage of people having a high percentage of the university students having good knowledge of COVID-19. Secondly, to be able to gain a deeper insight on people's attitudes towards COVID, I made use of the Likert scale, where the questions that were asked in the questionnaire, the responses that they were to give went from 1 to 5, from strongly disagree to strongly agree. And from my little analysis of the data, I also found about the highest rate of 58% of people having a positive attitude towards COVID-19. And lastly, there was about only 5% of people that had a negative attitude towards the preventive guidelines, and a low percentage of people also that practiced detrimental behaviors, that had detrimental practices towards COVID-19. From the questions that were asked, it's to be able to gain insight on their attitudes towards COVID, questions that required how well they adhered to the basic requirements and how well they took note of the guidelines that were in their school and in the UK in general. Also, if they had faith in the guidelines that were put and what they thought about the preventive measures in the UK in general. In conclusion, the sample size considered in this study, which was supposed to cover university students in the United Kingdom, demonstrated that these students had a good knowledge of COVID-19, how it is spread, and the causes and how the symptoms present. But there was a huge gap with how well they knew about it and how they were willing to carry out the preventive measures or carry out the guidelines that were required to reduce the spread and keep them safe. Therefore, to create a safe environment for students as things are beginning to open up and academic learning is getting back to how it was before, I would say that it is important that future interventions that will require a larger audience, that if this research is supposed to, if anyone would like to carry out this research, a larger sample size should be used so that you can get adequate data that can be generalized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think two presenters did not turn up at all. So that would be Vaishnav and Milu. So does anyone have any question for Ngozi? Ngozi, do you have a question for yourself? Does anyone have a question for her? Right. So how certain sorry. How certain are you that the data you collected with regards to sample size is significant?
So I'm not sure I said it was significant.
No, but yeah, if it's insignificant, why do the research at all? So I'm asking, is it significant or not? So ideally it should be
Okay.
significant.
So I think in regards to the scope of the topic, a larger sample size will be ideal, but that wasn't what was obtainable in this particular research.
What's the rationale for choosing different universities?
I was trying to be a researcher. I genuinely wanted to see how different people in different schools felt about especially the COVID guidelines in the UK and in their university, to just furnish the research with a lot of data that can say, oh, university students in the UK, this is their attitude towards COVID, this is their attitude towards the guideline. I think I wanted to be able to do a research that would be generalized. So that was why I wanted to do universities in the UK, because all of the other studies, I had seen other studies that would cover, say, university students in Bangladesh, for instance, or universities in China, So I wanted to be able to do something broad, if I can say that.
Right. Okay. So in terms of the actual sample you got, right, what was the demographics looking like? Are they mostly undergraduate students, international master's students, international undergraduate students from a particular
So there was
the UK or local?
Let me find that. Most of the people were master's students. And then there was one undergraduate, I think, and
international local master students.
So there were two local students, and the rest were international.
Okay, right. What was the key research question?
What is the knowledge, attitudes, and practices of university students towards COVID-19 post-COVID?
If we take knowledge, attitude, and practices, right?
Yes.
So knowledge, attitude, practice, take these three and your findings, key finding that answers each of them.
Okay. So are you saying I should say the key findings that answer each of them?
Yeah, it's your research.
It's on my, so that's what it's on slide.
Yeah, you tell us. You can refer to the slide, but you can tell us.
Okay, so for the knowledge domain, or the questions that were supposed to signify how well they knew about COVID, about 18%, a large number of the participants had very good knowledge of COVID-19.
Can I ask a question? Were you looking for awareness, or you were looking for knowledge about it? Because I don't know anything about viruses, but I know about COVID.
Okay,
So
awareness. Knowledge in the sense that they know of it, and not in like academic sense of.
Okay. All right.
So
Please,
maybe awareness might be a better word. I don't know, but
please carry on.
okay. And then with for attitudes, that's preventive attitudes, and so sorry, for attitudes and then preventive or detrimental. For attitudes, sorry, they were asked questions that required them to agree, strongly agree, or strongly disagree. And that was, I analyzed that on Excel and came up with percentages of people that had good attitudes towards the preventive guidelines and the preventive measures that you're supposed to take to keep yourself from getting COVID, or keep people around you from getting infected. And then for the practices, there was also a set of questions that tried to determine what they felt about how dangerous they felt the virus was, or any detrimental practices that they engage in that prevents, that sort of foils the whole idea of having these guidelines to prevent the spread of the virus. And that also came in as a high percentage of people that engaged in detrimental practices.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation and for taking the time to email me and also answer the questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I will stop the recording at this point and